Well, thanks everyone for being here and joining. Those in back, find a seat. I think we're a full house, so you may have to scoot past those people that sit on the aisles and find a seat right in the middle if you don't want to find yourself standing here most of the morning. We're going to get underway in just a moment because we have a packed day. We are so thankful to Nevada County for opening up the fairgrounds for us here today. I was saying to someone I just was talking to, you know you're having a big meeting if it's at the fairgrounds. I think that there was an initial location elsewhere, but based on the demand of participants that wanted to be here, we moved to the fairgrounds. So big thanks to Nevada City for facilitating this. And big thanks to really all of our local partners. We've got an incredible day, followed by a reception, followed by a film festival, or at least a portion of a film festival. So lots happening here today. My name is Wade Crowfoot, and I serve as our California Natural Resources Secretary, and along with my co-chair of the Taskforce, Jennifer Eberlein, who leads the U.S. Forest Service in California, it's truly my pleasure to welcome everybody here today. We are going to start off with a tribal blessing from Shelley Covert, who is a spokesperson of the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe. Shelley, welcome.
All right. Oh, wow. If I could be louder. All right. Hamakani, Hamoya Bemi, Nishananamemi Wakamni, Lidam Lily, Yapimni, Daspa, Hedidi. Good morning. I'm Shelley Covert. I'm the spokesperson for the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe, and I'm also the executive director of our tribally guided nonprofit, CHIRP, which is the California Heritage Indigenous Research Project. And what a beautiful crowd there is this morning. It's so funny. I owe many of you an email that may not have been answered. I'll just take that opportunity real quick to say I actually have an autoresponder now on my email, which is even better than not answering somebody, is just to fakely answer. But the reason that is, you know, this work, as you all are well aware, these are not the forests that my ancestors knew. This is all new to all of us that we're working to try to remedy so that we don't have entire towns burning down. And, you know, I've been to meetings, healthy forests, healthy streams, animal protection. I mean, do y'all not talk to each other? And sometimes the groups stand side by side and don't necessarily speak to one another, healthy meadows. And, you know, this landscape really needs us. It needs our help, and as much as we need it. And if it can't be healthy, we just, like my mom always says, like the tiniest insect needs a drop of clean water to survive, and we all do. So this work is so long. I've gone to meetings and meetings and meetings, and now that everybody is here and we're all talking about it, I feel like I can kind of exit the scene a little bit. I mean, we have a little to offer. There's things like, you know, my grandpa would say, if it's bad, don't do it. Like, don't dam, don't cut, don't, you know, if it's hurting somebody else. So, but all in all, if I owe you an email, we have a very small capacity. It used to be just me. I just hired my cousin Saxon full-time with the nonprofit, hoping he's going to be able to like open the consultation letters that we get. So please keep reaching out. It's very important. Know whose tribal lands you're on, and welcome to our territory. So, Ekwa, thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Shelley. Part of the journey that we're on to build wildfire resilience and restore the health of our landscapes across the state is to strengthen connections between state and federal government and tribal government and communities. And we know that tribal communities have stewarded California's forests, California's land since time immemorial. And we need to learn from this tribal stewardship. And so it's always important as we travel around the state that this task force begins with a word from our tribal partners whose ancestral lands we find ourselves on. So thanks so much, Shelley. So for those of you who don't know, this task force is all about helping California and helping communities across California build resilience to the wildfire crisis we now face. We know that California has naturally cycles of wildfire, and that's part of our environment, but we also know that we are facing unprecedented conditions across the state. A combination of a century of deferred activity across our forests to maintain ecological health of our landscapes, combined with increased temperatures and a destabilized climate from climate change, has created a perfect storm of challenge across the state. You know we have lost millions of acres of our forests to catastrophic wildfire in recent years. We have lost entire towns and communities off the map, and that many of you who are joining us from Nevada County or the foothills live in fear of wildfire season, which of course we're now still in the middle of. We have tens of thousands of heroes across the state right now, from CAL FIRE, from the U.S. Forest Service, from local mutual aid, from our tribes that are protecting us against wildfire in real time. But we also know that we can't respond our way out of this crisis. There's a lot more that we need to do proactively up front to reduce the risk of small fires becoming large, catastrophic, dangerous, deadly fires. And that's what this task force is all about. Governor Newsom put it together a couple of years ago. It is the latest iteration of a big, what we call it, an interagency effort, federal government, state government, local government, tribal governments. And now this task force involves non-governmental entities as well. Resource Conservation District, land trust, lands conservancies, fire safe councils, environmental organizations, communities, local leaders. And that's what the task force is all about. It's a big, inclusive group. We meet on a quarterly basis. It's focused on implementing an action plan that's available publicly. It's called the Wildfire Resilience Action Plan for the state. We're holding ourselves accountable for very specific actions that need to be taken to reduce catastrophic wildfire risk. So a lot of what you'll hear about today is the different progress that's being made with the focus on the Sierra Nevada. And understanding how we can support the work that's happening across the state. I can tell you that the work that we need to do is not a centrally planned activity from Sacramento or Washington, D.C. It's all about local communities understanding the priorities that you have to reduce wildfire risk and restore forest health. And it's all about us bringing resources and removing barriers for you to get these projects done. I'm really excited that there are over 1,000 projects across the state, wildfire resilience projects, underway from funding that was appropriated by our state leaders last year. We have over $1 billion working their way through the system that are turning into real projects to protect communities and restore the environment. But more on that in a little bit. I want to turn to Jennifer Eberlein right now, who is my co-chair, to talk a little bit about what's been happening at recent task force meetings. I imagine some of us here today, and I should mention there are a few hundred of us in person here today and several hundred more watching on a live stream over the internet. And I imagine some folks follow the work of the task force, but others this is the first time. And given that we've been meeting in different places and on different topics, if you would, Jen, let us know what's been happening recently with the task force to put some context on the discussions we'll have today.
I sure can. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. Great. And Shelley, you're not alone. I probably owe people in this room an email too. So just wanted to say you're among friends on that one. So thanks, Wade, and good morning, everybody. So glad to be here in Grass Valley and Executive Committee. We are here to be able to get caught up on a lot of work that's been happening across the state, and particularly hear about this region of the state as well. So very happy to be here with everyone. As Wade had said, these are ongoing. We know not everybody is at every single meeting that we have, so wanted to share some of the reflections from our May session that we had in Santa Rosa and talking about the North Coast Inland region that shared with us. And I'll be really curious to hear if some of the same themes come out here, because we can kind of see in many of the regions we have the same ones. So for example, how are we aligning our visions together for resilient communities and forests? How are we accomplishing our goals through shared stewardship? We're sharing success stories, we're sharing lessons learned that we can carry throughout the other regions as well as within the region. We're understanding impacts of drought, wildfire, insects and diseases, how they're having that on forests and people, because we're all living in these communities. We are within the forests themselves. We're identifying opportunities to remove barriers. And as Wade had said, that's one of the things. How do we leverage our resources? And how do we also streamline the green tape that sometimes Wade will talk about and remove the barriers? That's what we want to do for each other. We explore ways to match funds. We're leveraging our resources together. How do you reduce administrative burdens? How do you use cross-agency tools and authorities to get work done? And perhaps most importantly, very eager to learn about you and how you're inviting everybody to participate, how you're valuing all the different backgrounds that you have in your region, in your groups, and really coming together to look at the solutions that we collectively can work together on. So as all of these really start maturing, I'm really curious to learn how we apply our knowledge, our resources, our authorities, and overcome these challenges that some are long-lived. We've been living with them for a while, but we can find ways to really overcome them. So again, this year has brought us a mix of good news for large landscape treatments. We've had some successes. We recover from the last few years of very devastating fires, as we all know. We've got further challenges with new fires and drought. Certainly I've welcomed resources to, you'll hear about from North Yuba Project, Cerro Project today as well. We've learned more about the Stanislaus, giant sequoias in southern Sierras, big flat community on the North Coast in Butte Valley and Siskiyou County. We're going to hear about some of those. I've traveled to several forests this year and really been learning a lot of post-fire recovery, interagency efforts that are coming together from the Lassen, the MODOC, the Plumas, certainly the Tahoe, the El Dorado, looking at Jeff Marcellet sitting right here in front of me, as well as on the Sequoia. So we're seeing all of that really, as Wade had said, so many activities across the state and the region, really looking forward to it. So, and fewer acres have burned so far, but I don't want to underestimate or diminish the impacts, because we have had them this year too. We are still in fire season, fire year, I would say, but very thankful that we got some moisture, very thankful that we've got some cooling temperatures, and it goes in waves. We all know what California is like, but very happy to have that. We're hearing that mosquito fire is certainly coming under control, certainly learning more about that. And we also have a lot of great examples of how our fuels treatments have made such a difference. Being able for our firefighters to really go in there and being able to have different techniques, different tools to their ability, because we've done these amazing fuel treatments on the ground. So I'm really looking forward to this meeting, exciting to really jump into these activities. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Joe Tyler, to be able to talk a little bit more about our treatments.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Tyler. I am the Director and Fire Chief at CAL FIRE. This is a time of the year to reflect on our successes that have made a difference so far this year. Now, of course, recent weather has moderated our activity, whether it be rain across the central and northern California areas or the remnants of Hurricane K that came across Southern California and moderated some of the fire activity that we've had. But it's been a busy time and will continue to be a busy time. And as Jen just said, we are in a fire year, not a fire season. We have certainly had fewer acres burned this year than in previous years. Just 366,000 acres have burned now. Just 366. That's still significant. But compared to 2021 at over 2.5, in 2020 at over 4.3 million acres, there are successes in 2022. Now again, moderated by Mother Nature or the sheer efforts of forest resilience and home hardening on the landscape. Being able to take those resources that have been put in place have really made a difference in 2022. Now, we have had some significant fires this year, whether it be the Electra fire in July, the Oak fire in Mariposa County in July as well, and of course, probably one of the most devastating fires for infrastructure and residences, the Mill Fire just recently in Siskiyou County. And then most recently, the Fairview Fire in Riverside, and close to home here, the Mosquito Fire at over 76,000 acres right now. And to my knowledge, is the largest fire thus far in 2022. Now, it's with great remorse that we have lost the lives of 9 citizens this year. But our efforts must be starting to pay off when we have 876 homes that have either been damaged or destroyed in 2022 compared to the thousands in these previous years. And so we took a new approach this year and concentrated even further on this. And while we had 876 structures that were damaged or destroyed in all the fires of 2022, there are 2,120 structures within the fire footprint that did not burn. Whether that be by luck, whether that be a contributor of home hardening and defensible space, citizens are starting to do things better than ever before. Now, likewise, the administration has provided significant investments to California at all levels to be able to provide fire prevention, fire suppression, and forest resilience. As it relates to treatments that are being done right now, we have significantly, collaboratively, all of you in this room, increased the number of acres to try to meet our goals into the future, to see real results occurring on the landscape. And we can do better, and we will do better together and collectively. Just this week alone, as I was talking to Don just before we started, with this moisture that has come in, we are starting to see some green up and opportunities. And CAL FIRE has historically been known at fire suppression, and we are continuing to improve in our forest resilience, prescribed fire, and vegetation management as a whole. So this week alone in Tulare County, we are doing prescribed fire activities. In San Mateo, Santa Cruz County, we are doing prescribed fire activities. And today in Sonoma County, we are burning there as well. Working with the Trex community, moving into the Klamath, over 60 projects that we're going to work collaboratively together to try to achieve. This is all a part of a goal of all of us collectively trying to meet and exceed the goals that we've set upon ourselves and the administration has set upon us. Now, as Jen and Wade said earlier, here are some successes that we've had. On the McKinney fire this year, thinning and fuels reduction projects significantly moderated fire behavior to protect the communities in the Wairika area, Etna, Fort Jones, from that fire moving into that area. On the Washburn fire, Forest Health grants helped mitigate and protect some of the giant sequoias there in the community of Wawona by the work that has been done on the ground. And on the Electra fire, as I mentioned earlier, the Pine Acres fuel break has protected the communities in that area. And in January, we had the Colorado fire, one of the first large fires that redefined and reminded us that we were in a fire year on the Big Sur coastline, where we ran into the Palo Colorado fuel break, which also moderated the fire activity. Now, it's occurred in smaller areas as well, and I'll use one particular example that's close to home, the Pleasant fire last month that burned here locally. An ember created a spot fire almost a mile away from this fire, and it dropped within, luckily, the North Fork American River fuel break instead of dropping into the North Fork of the American River. And that fire was contained within that fuel break until aircraft and ground resources could get in and mitigate that fire. We have examples that are outside of fires where we have the Camp Butano Creek Girl Scout camp, where forest resilience efforts are making families feel safer about their Girl Scouts going to camp. And of course, as I said, it's really about all the efforts of everybody in this room that are going to change the landscape in California. So as I look ahead, I just want to thank everyone for doing their part. We can't do it alone, we do it collectively. And I appreciate your time of being here today.
Yeah, Joe, thanks so much. And so important to point out the progress that we're making. And you, more than anyone else, would say this is not about, ever saying mission accomplished because it's going to be, constant work, but it is about recognizing that local leaders, local efforts are driving these projects, and in many cases they are making a difference to protect communities and keep fires small. So that's really important to note, that the efforts that you all are engaged in are showing and demonstrating success protecting communities and landscapes. So I'm excited to jump into the meat of the meeting, but I want to ask any other colleagues here on the executive committee if they want to share any thoughts before we jump in.
Sure.
And Don, maybe introduce yourself.
Sure. Don Hankins with the Indigenous Stewardship Network. Actually, I can say that now because after our last task force meeting in person, the big task force meeting, we actually incorporated with the Yurok tribe. So we are now up and running as the Indigenous Stewardship Network, supporting the efforts across the state with tribal stewardship around forest fire and other aspects of that. And I just want to share a couple of thoughts. One is that the opportunities of working with partnerships, I think, is really fantastic, as has been mentioned here. But the space that I think the task force and the direction that the state is going is really serving as a model, not only within our state and nationally, but even internationally, in terms of how we work with Indigenous peoples. The language around those relationships is starting to change. And I feel that this work that we do on the task force is helping to be a catalyst to that. So I think that's a really important takeaway from what we're doing. In terms of work that is happening on the tribal side, we have about 8 projects currently working across different areas of the state, supported by the Regional Forest Fire and Capacity Grant Program with the Department of Conservation. We have other projects that are in the works, using private foundation dollars, ultimately partnering in with a lot of these efforts that are happening around the state. But some that I'll note that are happening as we're sitting here today, one in particular is Indigenous Women's Treks happening up on the Klamath River that is kicking off as of yesterday. And so it's exciting to see.
And what is TREX for folks that don't know it?
Sorry, yes, thanks. Prescribed Fire Training Exchange is something that the Nature Conservancy has started a few years back, and we've kind of adopted it and molded it in a slightly different way here in California by putting a different flavor to it, so to speak, of making it locally based and doing it maybe over a slightly longer time period, where it used to be like 2 weeks dedicated. We make it a little bit more flexible. But that TREX, I think, has about 150 people that are involved in it, drawing in people not only from tribal communities, but also other women to build that leadership and capacity for women in that space. So I just wanted to highlight that. We've got other TREX that will be involving tribal participation in Lake County and also in Butte County coming up too. So lots of good things happening. I just wanted to highlight those things.
Thanks so much, Don. And for those who are not following this, one thing we need to do more of is to get safe, managed fire back onto the ground. This is low-level fire that was practiced by tribal communities in California for thousands of years that, again, keeps small fires from becoming big, catastrophic, destructive fires. And we do that with the leadership and the indigenous knowledge of tribes and work across the state. So we're seeing a sea change at CAL FIRE in terms of getting more prescribed fire on the ground, and we're also seeing all of these decentralized efforts to train up more leaders that can get prescribed fire across the state, which is a really big deal. Stacy.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first, so I'm Stacy Corliss. I am a member of the Mono County Board of Supervisors representing the Mammoth Lakes area, and I am here on the executive committee with the rural county representatives of California. We are 38, I'm looking at Stacy Heaton, 39 county member, it's growing. We'll run out of counties pretty soon, but 39 member advocacy organization that represents California's rural counties in Sacramento and DC. So I think really it's the local government perspective, and as my fellow executive committee member and colleague James Gore of Sonoma County would say, our local government role here at the task force, I think, is to provide that ground truth. How is this working at the local level? But I am a resident of the Sierra Nevada, so I want, even though my home is almost 200 miles south and east of here, I want to welcome you all to this region, and I'm so pleased that we'll hear about the great projects that are happening here. I really think of the Sierra Nevada as both the heart and the backbone of California. Not only a place where the source of important natural resources like water. I'm at the headwaters of the Owens River, a water source for the city of Los Angeles, famously. But really important human resources and human connections, not just our Sierra Nevada communities. We're probably one of the most sparsely populated areas of the state. But what the Sierra Nevada means and what our forests mean for millions of Californians and people around the world. There's a real spiritual and personal connection that people have with our iconic places like Mammoth Lakes or Lake Tahoe or the Lake Basin in Plumas and Sierra counties. And I think it's important to remember that human connection. I think recreation is something near and dear to my heart, and hearing about that later, maintaining how do we do this work and integrate access and people into these really, really important forest health and community protection projects. So, I think the Sierra Nevada highlights, and you'll hear about it more today, is the incredible challenge of multi-agency partnership, particularly with federal land management and ownership. In Mono County, for instance, almost 95% of the lands in our county are federally owned. But we're overcoming those challenges through the work of the task force. There's so many incredible things happening, but as we all know, there's just absolutely no time to waste. And in my opinion, as a county supervisor, not enough money that we could spend or that the state could invest in this really, really important work. And the Sierra Nevada is the most urgent, important testing ground for the innovative integrated plans and projects that we're hearing about today. So thanks.
Stacy, thanks so much. 2 points I draw from what you just shared. One is, obviously, California is a huge state. What works in the Sierra Nevada doesn't necessarily work in Southern California for wildfire resilience or the North Coast. And what may work in the Eastern Sierra may not work in the foothills. So one thing we're committed to at this task force is moving around the state. So as Jen mentioned, we were up in Sonoma County at our last big regional meeting, and then we're going to be down in Southern California at the beginning of this year. So today we're talking about what's working here in the Sierra Nevada, and frankly, what could be working better towards supporting your efforts to build wildfire resilience. So most of the day is a deeper dive into the Sierra Nevada. The other key point is this task force is all about breaking down silos. The federal government owns and manages over 50% of California's land. State agencies like CAL FIRE have an important role to play. Local counties, critical. But so do tribal governments and tribal communities and non-governmental organizations. This task force is all about trying to break down silos because Lord knows wildfire does not know political boundaries. So that's what we're really focused on today and through the work of this council or this task force is to really break down those silos towards getting stuff done. So speaking of that, let's introduce Patrick Wright, who is the director of the task force. We start every meeting after we frame up the discussion here today with an update from Patrick in terms of what's happening with this task force. Patrick, you're holding us accountable, we're holding you accountable for certain outcomes and certain progress in that action plan that I mentioned. So talk to us about what's happened since our last meeting of just a few months ago.
Thanks, Wade. I will do that. Let me first start, though, with a couple of extra thank yous. First starting with Melinda and Jessica from Circle. For any of you who are familiar with the Wild and Scenic Film Festival, they know how to put on an event. So between the resource fair, last-minute switch on lunch for 500 people, reception afterwards, mini film festival, 11 tours tomorrow. This is a huge undertaking, so I can't thank the Circle team enough. Also the folks from the Idea Cooperative who built our website, built a lot of the materials and communications. They've been terrific. Angie from Sierra Nevada Conservancy, our chief sponsor, to help pull all this together. And then finally, Kristen Merrill from CAL FIRE. Just an amazing endeavor to pull this off. And I do know some of you are here from Southern California, so hopefully you can rise to the same level. Let me start us back, as Wade did, to the May meeting. So we heard a lot from the North Coast on what their regional strategy is, how they're trying to pull together a huge diversity of interest and opportunities in the North Coast, all the way from Sonoma County to the Oregon border. We then introduced the idea that we really needed to put together a regional framework that recognizes the diversity of interest, the diversity of risks that are out there, the diversity of organizations. So you're going to hear a little bit more about that today. And we also started talking, I think for the first time, really seriously about trying to move towards landscape scale grants. We heard from all of you that having individual competitive grants for individual projects is really difficult to sustain your efforts without larger scale grants for longer periods. That's not going to be easy to do given our various budget systems and allocation systems we're in, but we're committed to try to pilot that approach, and you'll hear about that today. We then moved on to the July meeting, and typically the way we're organized is that we certainly have regional meetings to hear from regional leaders about their risks, their priorities. When we come to Sacramento, it's all about trying to align and integrate the work of the various agencies. So, for instance, we heard in July about our interagency tracking system, which is proving to be a tremendous challenge to try to align how state, federal, local agencies track progress on acres treated. We're still working on that. We'll give you an update on that in November. We heard from a wide variety of agencies that are involved in planning and permitting projects to make sure they're moving forward on their efforts towards what they call permit synchronization. Happy to report that's going well. And then we're here today, again, for our second regional meeting. We're really going to take our regional framework to the next level and dive into it a little bit more detail to talk about some resource kits that our interagency team have put together, to hear from our recreational panel about how recreation can be better integrated into regional planning, and so on. We will then come back in November to Sacramento and give you an update on how those interagency processes are going. How are we taking all this work in the regions and building it into a million-acre strategy? How are we doing on trying to better assess progress we're making on acres treated throughout the state? How are we going to monitor and assess our progress over time? Very challenging to do that when you've got thousands of projects underway. And then, as I'll come back to, a real focus on state and federal funding. We've got the benefit of very large new investments on both the state and federal side, so we're going to try at the November meeting to give you a roadmap for how those investments are going to be made, to the extent to which we know by then what the various state and agency plans are for investing that money. And then we'll come back, as Wade said, to Southern California in January to see if we can put these same style kits together in ways that work there. And then finally, we're just playing with this as an idea, but thinking about whether or not the March meeting can be the first ever look back, comprehensive look back, state, federal, local, tribal. What did we accomplish last year? What kind of scorecard can we put together that not only demonstrates the success of the task force in aligning what state and federal agencies are doing, but to demonstrate how effective you've been in the region in getting projects implemented and on the ground. So I hope that gives you at least a little bit of a framework for where we're headed. I'm going to flip through just a few more slides to give you a couple more specific updates. Again, all of these are on our website. We do put together also a monthly that's also a big job to hear from 20 or 30 different agencies, what they're accomplishing. CAL FIRE, as most of you know, has launched their Cal Mapper program to give you instant access to all the great work they're doing. ARB has released a smoke spotter trying to get ahead of prescribed fire and some of the smoke impacts. Tomorrow, CNRA is launching a big 30 by 30 event, which is definitely going to complement what we're doing. We're tracking that closely as well. They've also brought Google on board to help our interagency team, as you'll hear later today, to try to get some of our metrics and our assessment work right directly in your hands in ways that are user-friendly. Our new Energy Safety Division at CNRA has published some certification guidelines. OPR has published new guidelines. And is launching a new climate change assessment. And the Forest Service has a number of national blueprints that are out. Again, we're trying to track all that, put it in your hands, make it meaningful, and try to orient our programs in ways that meet these multiple objectives. But of course, a lot of it comes down to funding. We've had the benefit of a wide variety of investments just over the last several months through the CCI program. ARB has put out a report, again, you can find on our website, tracking $1 billion worth of investments they've made, many of them that are forest related. OES has allocated $25 million recently for vulnerable communities. We've got workforce grants, a $21 million grant just for workforce. We've got business grants from CAL FIRE. We've got the Forest Service nationally providing money for community defense. Again, we're going to try to capture all this in the next meeting or two so you have a better understanding of how money is flowing from these different agencies. As most of you know, those investments are historic. As Wade said, we have an additional $1.3 billion invested by the governor and the legislature in forest health, community protection, reforestation, prescribed fire. Our challenge, of course, is to try to make sure that money gets out to you in a way that's effective and coordinated. And on the federal side, also historic expenditures between the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill. We're going to work as hard as we can to try to align that state and federal money in ways that help you and that are streamlined. Here's a couple of examples that are just out there. Here's CAL FIRE's recently put together a spreadsheet that shows where their investments are. ARB has done the same. What we're going to try to do at the task force is pull all this together into a comprehensive picture of what are we investing in and where throughout the state. So again, you can, if you want to get updated, you can go on our website. Hopefully that'll be a link to all the information you need from the various agencies that are involved in the task force. And certainly look forward to working with you as we work through these issues and hear from you what key issues you want to hear about from us as we move ahead. So that's sort of the briefest look back. I do want to turn to today's agenda. Before I do that, certainly happy to answer any questions you folks have.
No, it sounds really good, Patrick. Remind us, for those who are watching on the internet or those here who haven't visited the website, is it just a matter of Googling the task force?
Sure, if you just Google Wildfire Task Force, it'll come right up. It's wildfiretaskforce.org. And hopefully it's lots of information there. Will be easily accessible. If you have any issues with that, certainly can contact us.
And if you want to get monthly updates, not too much spam into your email, you can sign up for the listserv. And that's a good way to stay up to speed on both funding opportunities, but also progress reports.
All right. So now let me shift to today. At our last meeting in Sacramento, we tried to put together just a really simple graphic that showed how we're trying to move forward on a regional framework that works at the state level and works at the regional level. And so what we tried to do is actually structure most of today's agenda around that regional framework. So again, back to the website, we have developed a draft regional profile. We're going to try to develop 4 of these for each of the 4 major regions of the state. You can go online, you can find that. It'll give you and others, particularly public members who are less sophisticated than you are, hey, what are the key issues and opportunities in the Sierra? What are the key issues in Southern California? What are the key barriers that we're facing in the North Coast? All of that will be there as part of a regional profile that you can rely on to have a single document. It's just draft, so we definitely want to hear from you as to whether or not we're catching the key issues that you've identified. It's based in part on polling of hundreds of folks in the Sierra Nevada on what they think the key issues and opportunities are in each region. Big emphasis this morning is going to be on what we're calling regional resource kits. We had a situation up until about 6 months or a year ago where you had a state process to define the condition of our forest and what success is. You had a federal process. You had a series of academics that are also trying to figure out how do we define forest resilience beyond acres treated? How do we capture what we're doing? We've pulled all of those folks together into an interagency team that's jointly working on a series of pillars of forest resilience to define what a healthy forest is, what a resilient community is in your area. What metrics do we use to define that? And then based on those metrics, how are we looking? What does the Sierra look like in our neighborhood? Where do we have healthy forest? where do we not, so that gives us a better opportunities to plan and prioritize. How do we build on some of the private decision support systems with a public options that allows you at the local effort to plan and prioritize, to look at trade-offs, to figure out how do I get timber harvest done and recreation and water and biodiversity. We hope to lay all that out in a way that's user-friendly to help accelerate efforts on the ground to plan and prioritize projects. And of course, we're also, as I said before, working on an inventory of recently incomplete and planned projects. This is going to serve two purposes. One is it's going to tell us statewide how we're doing. How many acres are we treating and where, so that we can build on that to a 1 million acre strategy and beyond. But even more important, to give you in the field, if you're in Placer County, if you're in El Dorado County, where is the Forest Service getting work done? Where's state parks getting work done? Where's PG&E working? Where are the private companies? By having that information, we're hoping that we can facilitate more integrated regional planning. But it really takes pulling all that data together in one place and making it accessible to you. So that's really going to be the flavor of the morning, is resource kits and how they're intended to help you at the regional level better plan and prioritize projects. Next question is, okay, what is happening in the Central Sierra? So we're going to come back after lunch and we're going to hear from 3 of our leaders at the Forest Service and their partners about how they're using some of these metrics, how they're using these tools to plan and prioritize projects in their areas to try to improve the health of their forests, the safety of the communities throughout the Sierra. How are they building landscape plans instead of individual projects? How are they ramping up? How are they developing pipelines of projects that can be funded through block grants? That'll be a big theme. And then, of course, the question is, how do we pay for all this? So the third session is going to be, again, we talked about huge investments being made by the state and by the feds. How do we align those investments in ways that help you on the ground get things done quicker, faster, and at a bigger scale? And then finally, as you heard from Stacy, how do we integrate recreation into all of this? Recreation is the backbone of the economy in the Sierra Nevada. We need to make sure that that's not viewed as a siloed effort, that's not viewed in the context of forest and watershed plans. So that's the plan for the day. We've structured it so that in each session we roughly have half the time for presentation and half the time for conversation about how this is going to work, and to hear from our panelists on what's working, as Wade said, what's not working so well. So with that, let me leave you with 2 themes, and you've already heard a couple of these from our panelists that I want you to think about both today and over the next several months. One is, as you've all heard, my favorite word, alignment. How do we align federal, state, local, private, and tribal resources to help you get your work done? That's the number 1 role of the task force, is to take advantage of the leadership you see here to try to put tools in your hands so that you can scale up. So be thinking about what more we can do to align funding, aligning metrics, aligning tools, aligning reforestation pipelines and seed banks. Anything you can think of that would help, aligning training to help you get the job done. So that's theme number 1. Theme number 2 is, how do you develop a statewide program that also reflects the tremendous diversity in California, that recognizes that in some areas of the Sierra, timber harvest is absolutely key to their economy. In other places, water is super important. In third areas, it's recreation. How do we allow and encourage regional diversity, but also scale it up so that we can report to the legislature, we can report to Congress on what we're accomplishing? What's that balance between local priorities and statewide mandates? How do we use this opportunity not just to make communities safer and our forest healthier, but to meet our biodiversity goals, our 30 by 30 goals, our carbon storage goals, et cetera? It's a big challenge we have ahead of us, and we know alignment's the key to that. So we look forward to hearing from you today and in the future about how we can do a better job of helping you get there. So thank you, and I hope we have a good, healthy exchange today. Thank you, Wade.
Thanks so much, Patrick. What we're going to do is we're going to invite our first panel up on stage. We're going to bug out executive committee and sit down below and start the conversation. And I'm pleased to have John Battles from UC Berkeley moderating this panel. John is one of the scientists who leads a group of scientists that advises the task force. Everything we work to do is science-based. And so, John, thank you for all that you do, and looking forward to this panel.
How fast can we move?
Come on in, guys.
I'm going to lay it out in the manner that you guys are presenting. He's here. He's up there. Thank you.
You want me to do the other package too?
Actually, they can probably scoot over. Yeah, we'll scoot over everybody. Spots.
Scoot over one.
I think it's in the order of speaking. No worries. A nice jacket on. You're just making me.
And we're coming up here to speak.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so you can see your slides.
All right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That way you can. So I'll try and step out of the way.
Thank you.
Good.
Oh, sure. No close on the presentation when you hit your last slide.
Yeah, I can do that.
Just leave it. I'll jump. Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, they're all stacked. Oh, I think
They're not on. They're on separate presentations.
okay. You're going to come in between each one of the speakers?
Oh, no, definitely. Everything on your
Okay, yeah.
presentation.
Okay, so I'm giving you guys each 5 minutes.
All right, John.
I'll let you know 1 minute.
All right, well, thank you, Wade, for the opportunity to come share our work. But I did hear the groans. I heard the groans. People are thinking, oh no, here comes a boring 45-minute science lecture. We're really going to try not to do that today. I've learned from my colleague and co-chair, Dr. Steve Astoria, director of the USDA Climate Hub, that science needs to lead to solutions. And I am convinced that we know enough to take decisive action. And like many of you here today, I assume all of you here today, I can hardly bear it to see another forest ruined, another community broken, another firefighter hurt or killed. We are all in, hearts and minds, on this effort to treat 1 million acres. Our question and our goal is to try and answer the question, how? California is a big state, diverse ecosystems, and even more diverse communities. While we share common challenges, the solutions are going to vary by regions. The priorities for the Fire Safe Council of San Diego County are going to be different from a mountain town in the Sierra Nevada. We need to conserve all of our fire-prone ecosystems, from conifer forests to oak woodlands to chaparral, and the strategies will have to vary with these ecosystems. And we have to assure that both the burdens and benefits of our efforts are equitably shared. So we need to build on programs like the Federal Tribal Partnership up in Six Rivers National Forest, where all voices are heard and all people are included. Some of these challenges, so we're going to roll these regional kits out, as you heard from Patrick, region by region, and we're going to start with the Sierra Nevada. Sierra Nevada faces challenges that we've heard that are common across the state, and we see this staggering rise in both the extent of wildfire and the severity of wildfire. This picture here is from 2021 Creek Fire. This is a high-severity burn patch, and unfortunately, I had lots of other examples I could have chosen from over the last couple of years. Coupled with this, we're also facing this phenomenon of hotter droughts. Droughts are part of the California climate for millennia, but what we're seeing today is this coupling of a lack of precipitation and higher temperatures. We experienced a hotter drought in 2012, 2016, and we saw the consequences of that, and we're facing that today. We're in another hotter drought right now. And not only are there direct effects on water supply and forest health, but these hot droughts also accelerate the risk of wildfires. So what are we trying to do? So we've gathered together scientists and project developers from across government, across universities, and the private sector, and we want to try and pull together all of the relevant information for each region and make it useful. Part of that are these regional profiles that Patrick mentioned. These are summaries of the current conditions, both ecological and social, in the region. They're based on the best available scientific information, as well as the perspectives of the stakeholders in the region. And so we did both surveys and interviews and asked people, what are the important priorities for you? And for example, in the Sierra Nevada region, some of these priorities included resilient and fire-safe communities, reliable water supply, and biodiversity conservation. So our goal, in summary, is to pull this information together to help reach these priorities. We want to speed this transition from our forests of today to both safe and resilient forests. So here's the outline. Here's the speaker lineup we're going to go through today. We're going to take this in turn and describe the different parts of it. And with that, I want to hand it over to the next speaker, Dr. Ella Telham from California Air Resources Board.
Thanks, John. So yes, I'm Alan Telhelm. I'm from the California Air Resources Board. I'm here largely in my capacity as the co-chair of the Taskforce Monitoring, Reporting, and Assessment Work Group. So one of the mandates or tasks given to the Monitoring, Reporting, Assessment Work Group is the development of a tracking system to show us as state where are all the projects happening on the ground, where is the work going on. And I want to give you a quick refresher on this. We've talked about this in a couple of previous meetings, but for those of you who weren't there, this tracking system tracks planned, active, and completed projects statewide. It includes forests, grasslands, and shrublands, so we're not just talking about forests. There are a lot of different ecosystems within California that can burn. We want to understand work that's happening in all of them. And we cover about 50 different activities that are part of this tracking system. And to just give you an idea of sort of how it's structured, at one scale, we're talking about treatments. Those treatments are spatial. They're a polygon you can look at on the map. They're maybe delineating a watershed or a fuel break, some feature outside on the landscape. In order to complete a treatment, maybe something like a fuels reduction treatment, you may have to do multiple activities. So maybe you're going to do a thinning, and maybe you're going to follow that up by some piling, and then maybe on top of that, you're going to do a broadcast burn in order to make that treatment happen and make it complete. So I'm going to give you a little bit of snapshot of where we are with this tracking system and what some of the projects that are recently completed and planned just for the Sierra Nevada region, the Sierra Cascades Inyo region. So here are some of the numbers that we have so far. So this represents data over the last couple of years. It differs a little bit between the federal government and the state government in terms of the time period in which we're tracking this information. Sort of in the biggest bucket of forest health and fuels reduction projects, there have been about 415,000 acres of work in this region over the last couple of years. Much of this is mechanical and hand fuels reduction, so things like thinning, mastication, that type of work. A lot of it is also beneficial fire, so this is prescribed fire and also this is prescribed fire. We know we have some data gaps around things like land protection, so putting in conservation easements, acquiring land for biodiversity, or so that we can manage it and create buffers around our vulnerable communities. We also know we have a data gap around watershed and habitat improvement that's happening around the state. There have been about 25,000 acres of tree planting for a total of about 560,000 acres over these last couple of years. Here's a different version of this, or sort of a different presentation of this. So this is a heat map showing where in the Sierra Nevada work has been done since July 2020 to present. I'll note that it does not include any natural ignition wildfire acres that can have resource benefit. So low severity wildfires are not included here. You can see that a lot of this work has been distributed or is distributed in the northern part of the state. From Tahoe, sort of working up towards the Plumas area and up towards Shasta and Lassen. We know that we have some gaps here, as I identified before, that we're missing some of the ecological restoration data and some conservation activity. We know we don't have data yet on private timber harvest. That's a substantial amount of work. We also don't yet have tribal data and local government data integrated into our system. We have goals and aspirations for building that stuff into our system. We're starting to work on pulling those types of data in, but this is where we're at right now, and you can see spatially where things are happening in the state. And I believe now I'm going to pass it to my colleague at CAL FIRE, Tadashi Moody.
Thank you, Ellen. Again, I'm Tadashi Moody. I'm with the Fire and Resource Assessment Program at CAL FIRE. I'm going to talk a little bit today about alignment, the word that you heard Patrick use. That's so important in collaboration and cooperation amongst groups. So we all know that groups, as you heard Secretary Crowfoot say, have this tendency to work in silos, whether it's academia versus management, state versus federal agencies, local versus regional types of groups. Even within agencies and groups, we have these certain silos that we want to tend to work in. But really a core tenet of the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force is this idea that we can't get to 1 million acres, we can't get to forest resilience and community resilience in these silos. We have to be working together across boundaries and across agencies. So, and additionally, we can't effectively plan or evaluate our successes across boundaries and organizations if we're all looking at different maps and different data sources. So there's this need to identify and agree upon scientifically robust and management relevant metrics that can be used across agencies and boundaries. Once we agree on these metrics, they don't have to be the only things that we look at. We need to evaluate the data sources behind those metrics. What's the best available science that we can find for a given metric, whether it's carbon or fire hazard or wildlife. And these don't have to be the only data sources that we look at, but what is the best available science? And by doing this collaboratively, we can build a common understanding of conditions and trends and resources, again, across the boundaries and amongst stakeholders and groups. And importantly, we can use this common understanding to help encourage interagency cooperation, to prioritize work where we need it, and to ultimately get work done on the ground in places that makes a difference. So one example of alignment has been an effort that started maybe 6 or 8 months ago between CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service, Pacific Southwest Research Station. And this effort was trying to look at the metrics that CAL FIRE uses, some of the metrics that CAL FIRE uses. In particular, my group, FRAP, does a periodic resource assessment. The last one was in 2017, and the next one is underway right now and should be released in 2023. And we look at status and trends in different resources across the state. Concurrently, while we're doing that, the Forest Service has been working on this Excel project, which you'll hear a bit about. And that project was also geared around identifying metrics and data sources that can support planning across large areas. And so in this particular effort, we looked at where are these things aligning? Where is the coincidence between what we're looking at in CAL FIRE and what the federal folks are looking at as well? But that fed into a larger effort called the Interagency Science Team. And that's been a team that was brought together to work towards alignment and common metrics and data sources for planning. The group includes federal, state, and university scientists with input from a diversity of agencies and institutions that can provide feedback and tell us where things are useful or could be more useful. We're working on providing data for 4 different regions, starting with the Sierra Nevada, which you'll hear about today, and then rotating around the state. And this is what we're calling the regional resource kits, and Pat Manley is going to talk about those more in depth in just a moment. But I wanted to say that, these are some base data that we want to, provide, so we're all speaking this common language between agencies and groups and local and regional planning efforts. So this is some data that we can all look at together. But it's not static, right? This data, we know it's just changing all the time. So we want to make sure that we're updating that data frequently and making sure that it's current. And the metrics that we look at are not necessarily going to be the same for every region. A resource kit for the Southern California region may be different from what we put together for the Sierra Nevada. And one last point I'll make about the resource kits is that these are intended to be information and data for regional planning. So we can look at the region in the same, we can compare apples to apples across a large area, do that landscape scale planning that we're talking about. But none of these data products are going to supersede any kind of regulatory products like, for example, fire hazard severity zone maps, which are also being updated right at this particular moment. So with that, I will pass it off to Pat Manley to talk about the Sierra Nevada Regional Resource Kit.
Thank you, Tadashi. I'm Pat Manley with the Pacific Southwest Research Station Forest Service, and happy to be here today. John, Alan, and Tadashi all touched on a fundamental point, that high-quality information, broadly available, covering all lands, is really key to increasing the pace and scale of forest restoration across the state. That is precisely the objective of these regional resource kits, to take planning to the next level by leveraging advances in resource mapping and modeling to support regional scale planning. So I'll now walk you through what is in the Sierra Nevada Resource Kit, talk a bit about what we're already learning from these data, and how anyone can access them. There we go. So what are the resource kits? They're a digital package of mapped data and supporting documentation that it's intended to provide regional planners, collaboratives, and partners with core information for conducting assessments and planning projects. The regional resource kits are organized based on the framework for socio-ecological resilience, also referenced in the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan that's been mentioned earlier. The framework provides a scientifically sound structure for organizing data about forested landscapes and assessing their condition. The framework consists of 10 pillars that span the spectrum of ecological, social, and economic conditions that are fundamental and interdependent components of all forested landscapes. Each pillar consists of 1 to 3 elements that represent primary aspects of each pillar. And finally, the metrics are what represent actual conditions on the ground. The Sierra Nevada Resource Kit has 30 different metrics distributed among the 10 pillars and their elements. The metric data layers come from a variety of best available, high-quality information covering all lands, information that's relevant to managers and partners, and the ability to update those data on a regular basis. So now let's take a look at those data layers. I won't have time to show you all of the metrics. So for a few of the pillars, I'll show some of the maps of the individual metrics and how we combine them to represent overall conditions. And then for the remaining pillars, show you these composite maps, but talk about the metrics that go into them and what these data and maps represent in terms of conditions. So let's start with the fire dynamics pillar. Fire is a natural part of these forested ecosystems. Frequent low-severity fire was common historically and continues to play an important role in maintaining resilient forests. On the left is the fire return interval metric. In other words, how frequently has a location burned over the past 100 years compared to historical frequencies prior to widespread fire suppression. The dark areas indicate where fires have not burned as frequently as they did historically, and where using fire as a management tool would have multiple benefits. The second metric in the middle is annual burn probability, or how likely is it that a fire will occur. These are modeled estimates based on where and how fires started in the past. And these are generated by the Pyrologics Group, a research group out of Missoula, Montana. The dark areas are where it is most likely for fires to start, and they are generally in the driest and more populated areas of the Sierra. The third metric is the probability of high severity fire, or how likely is it that a fire will burn so hot that it will kill most of the trees and will be difficult to put out. These are also modeled estimates by the Pyrologics Group, and the darker blue areas are more likely to burn at high severity. And these patterns generally coincide with where fires are likely to start, at mid to low elevations, and also near more populated areas. So on this slide, we see that the combination of those metrics evaluate the fire dynamics of the overall fire pillar. And we see that most of the state is at moderate to high risk of destructive fire, indicated by the yellow and red colors on the map. Clearly, large, high-severity fires will continue to shape our landscape, and strategic investments are needed to improve fire dynamics as quickly as possible. We also need to adapt to increasingly fire-prone landscapes, as we're all aware, which leads us to the fire-adapted communities pillar. Here, we are primarily focused on fire conditions in adjacent to communities and the degree to which those communities are prepared for fire. Two metrics represent fire-adapted communities. First, how fire is likely to burn if it occurs, and then how exposed an area is to the risk of fire. These data are also provided by this pyrologics group. This composite pillar map really helps us see how widespread the risk is to communities, both large and small, across the Sierra Nevada, indicated by the yellow and red coloration. Foothill communities, areas to the north and south of Lake Tahoe, and along Highway 49 are areas that are particularly stand out as vulnerable to impacts from fire. Of course, where fire comes, smoke emissions and impacts to air quality follow. Two metrics for the air quality pillar represent the potential for smoke emissions under different fire weather conditions, both moderate conditions and high. But this map really shows us how not where smoke is going, but where it's coming from. And this pillar representation shows that the potential for the worst emissions coincide with where forests are most prevalent and most dense in the mid to high elevation zones of the central and southern Sierra. On this next slide, we see turn our attention to forest conditions overall. There are 7 metrics that represent forest conditions or forest resilience. Here we are going to look at 3 metrics that represent structure and composition. On the left is stand density index. This metric basically indicates the volume of live trees on the landscape. Each location in the landscape can only support so much living material based on available water, nutrients, and soil conditions. This map shows us that many of the forests are near their maximum capacity, indicated by the darker green color, which suggests that they are a potential risk of tree mortality from factors such as drought, insects, and disease. Next is forest maturity, or seral stage. It reflects the development of forest conditions over time. More mature and late seral forests are often a focus because they provide a wide variety of ecosystem services and require many decades to replace if they're lost. In mapping forest maturity, we use the average diameter of all trees as a proxy for stand age. And the dark blue areas indicate the location of the more mature forests, and they occur largely in the central and southern Sierra. On the right is large tree density. Large trees perform many functions in forest and for society. And there are fewer large trees today than there have been historically. Large trees occur throughout the more heavily forested areas in the Sierra Nevada, but the highest densities of large trees are limited to a subset of mature forests. So not all mature forests have these large trees. On the next slide, we see that this composite pillar representing all of those metrics, that forest resilience is pretty variable across the Sierra, and that most forests are in moderate condition, represented by the yellow and light green colors on this map. Where there are trees, there is carbon, and carbon sequestration on natural and working lands is an important contributor to reducing California's carbon footprint. Carbon sequestration is represented by 2 metrics. First, total carbon, which is how much wood is there above ground, live or dead, and how much wood is in big live trees, which together help us understand where we might concentrate efforts to retain carbon on the landscape. In the Sierra, we see that areas of higher and potentially more stable carbon are limited to relatively small areas in the mid-elevation ranges across the Sierra. Notably, nearly half the above-ground carbon in the Sierra Nevada is concentrated in just 20% of the landscape, making these areas important for meeting carbon conservation and sequestration objectives. Biodiversity conservation is characterized by 7 metrics in the resource kits. These metrics shown here represent each of the 3 elements of biodiversity. On the left is black oak. It's one of the focal species, and it was selected for the kit because of its high cultural and ecological value. Areas where it is most likely to be a dominant species are indicated by the dark green and light green colors here, and are limited to the low and mid elevations along the western flank of the Sierra, particularly the north-central part of the range. Next, we have wildlife species richness, which is a measure of species diversity. And we can see that native species richness is quite variable across the Sierra. It's not closely associated necessarily with dense forests, as are many other metrics that we've seen in previous maps. Finally, on the right is habitat connectivity as a measure of community integrity. Habitat connectivity has an important role in sustaining populations of all species, and it is very likely to be affected by climate change and by fire. This map of habitat connectivity was provided by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and it shows that high connectivity in brown is much more common in the southern Sierra, with the northern part of the range being more fragmented and less well connected. Overall, the biodiversity conservation pillar values are quite variable across the Sierra, with mid to high elevations generally being more diverse. Also, areas of the highest biodiversity, indicated by the dark green colors, occupy just about 1/5 of the landscape and indicate that these are areas that have high value for conservation of biodiversity. Water security. This pillar pertains to the quantity and quality of water for all purposes, both within forested landscapes and for landscapes and communities that depend on water from these landscapes. Water security is characterized by 2 metrics that reflect these 2 scales: site-based water availability and estimated water yields. We see that the majority of the Sierra has low water security, and that areas of high water security are limited to higher elevations along the crest of the Sierra, primarily associated with areas that have greater snowpack. The economic diversity pillar covers a wide array of important topic areas. The resource kit is currently limited to metrics that pertain to wood products. Shown here are 2 metrics: the availability of small diameter woody material, biomass, shown in the darker green areas, and the cost of moving that biomass from the forest to existing processing facilities. The red areas indicate higher costs. The combination of these metrics shows that nearly half of the Sierra Nevada has at least some potential for supporting a biomass market, and the Central Sierra appears to have the most favorable combination of supply and cost. In the Southern Sierra, cost appears to be the most limiting factor, which could potentially be addressed, for example, through investments in processing capacity. Finally, the socio-cultural well-being is paramount, and the label is missing, but I think you'll get the idea. Many factors affecting social and cultural well-being there's a wide variety of topics in there, but at the moment we are showing just economic well-being. We see the combination here of housing costs relative to income combined with unemployment rates, and these data are from Cal EPA. And we see the conditions are quite variable, with favorable conditions in dark green and unfavorable conditions in dark red, and those are peppered throughout the Sierra Nevada. However, the majority of the Sierra reflects an intermediate degree of economic stress. So hopefully this brief tour of what the resource kits has to offer has captured your imagination and motivated you all to get to know this data better and to really leverage the power of having all of these data in one place, all interoperable and covering all lands. These data are freely available through 2 portals. First, if you want to browse the data just to see what's there, you can do this through an ArcGIS online portal. And if you want to download the data, you can do that also through a geodata clearinghouse that is hosted by the US Forest Service. Links to these portals and supporting documentation for the data can be found on the Taskforce website that will be up in the next few days. And we look forward to your feedback on how these data are helping you and suggestions for enhancing their value and utility. So with that, I'll now turn it over to Michelle Turner and Moja Shen to talk about an exciting new tool development by the Google org team.
Thanks, Pat. Hi, everybody. I'm a product manager on the Google.org fellowship team, and I want to give you a quick overview of what we're doing today. I want to start out by just explaining what a Google.org fellowship actually is. This is a program inside of Google that embeds individual employees from across the company from various disciplines, from engineering, project management, design, product management, et cetera, to come together to work with nonprofits or civic agencies to build solutions together. And the goal of our fellowship is to work with the CNRA and the U.S. Forest Service on helping to better further the goal to achieve the 1 million acres a year of land to be managed. And so we're doing that through developing a new decision support tool that enables landscape scaled management and treatment prioritization. And we're doing that in conjunction with everything that Pat was just talking about around the regional resource kits. That's the data and metrics that will be used in this tool. So we want to make sure that this tool is available to help planners not just determine fire resilience, but also overall ecosystem health. And so it's going to rely on those metrics that lead up into the 10 pillars of resilience that Pat was just showing. So we did a ton of user research to kick off this program, and I think many of you out there actually may have been involved in some of this research, so thank you if you were. We identified 4 key pain points. The first was data, and the regional resource kits have gone a long way in solving those data problems. There were a couple of others that were outside the scope of of what we could handle. We decided to focus on prioritization, which came up as a big issue, as an area that we could focus on. And there were 4 key solution requirements as part of that. First, this tool had to be readily available and free to all users, free and open source. The second was that it needed to be based on sound, transparent science and data, as well as climate models. The third is it needed to be really easy for planners to use. It had to have a good user interface and super easy to facilitate modeling. And finally, it needed to support collaboration and sharing, both at the higher levels of the state and down to local planners. And as we looked at who the users would be for this tool, we really realized the best place for us to focus our efforts on was on the regional resource managers, folks that were trying to plan out hundreds of thousands to millions of acres. And we're faced with the task of looking at, I have to build new projects, and I also have to look at all these other projects that are happening on my landscape and really understand at a landscape level what's going to be going on with the land over time. And what we wanted to empower them with was the ability to not just protect communities, which is obviously top priority, but look at over time what's going to happen to the ecosystem through the treatments that are going on. And they're going to be able to see this through the new resource kits that are coming out. So what's happening to watersheds, what's happening to wildlife migrations, carbon sequestration, and job opportunities and recreational areas. So we're very excited to announce that we're building the Planscape Decision Support Tool. Planscape is being specifically designed to work with the new regional resource kits. It will be the planning tool that can be used for the resource kits. And we are going to be starting this off with the Sierra kits, but as those kits come online for the rest of the state, Planscape will be available to be used on those resource kits for the rest of the state as well. The tool is going to allow the planners to take all that great data that Pat was just showing you and start to model it, determining the impact on the metrics, and then be able to go in and say, if I change this metric a little bit, what's the overall impact to my landscape? And then to go in and look at multiple scenarios. So what's so unique, and in summary, what are we doing about Planscape? This is going to be a collaborative planning tool that's designed specifically, again, to work with the regional resource kits. It's open source and free to planners. It's building on existing state and federal science and tools. It's focusing on landscape scale solutions for the planners. And it's going to incorporate climate change constraints. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Mojia Shen, and she's going to give you a demo of Planscape.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm glad I got to do the fun part. Hi everyone, I'm Mojia. I'm also a product manager on the Google.org team. Before we dive into the demo, I just wanted to say that our team, we're constantly incorporating feedback from experts like you to make sure what we're building truly serve your needs. So at the end of this presentation, I'll be talking about how you'll be able to supply us with more feedback. We would love to hear them. Okay, so you might already have been part of our 2 foundational research share out, or even participated in our research so far. So our team, we know that we're new to the scene. We are not expert in the field, so we very much ground what we're doing based on all the feedback that we've been hearing. So in this demo, I'll be sharing how our product will be addressing some of the 6 top user needs we've heard so far. Okay, so before we dive into detailed requirements, let's talk about the lay of the land. So with this tool, there are 3 interconnected workflows. However, the user can choose to start anywhere. So the first workflow is called Explore. That lets user basically visualize any of the data set from the regional resource kit on the map. The second workflow is called Plan. That helps user prioritize areas for treatment. And the last one is called Evaluate. That helps user compare a couple projects against one another and find the most effective one to fund or to implement. So for the purpose of this demo, you're only seeing a map of the Tahoe Central Sierra region. Our first rollout will be available for the entire Sierra. And then as the resource kit becomes available elsewhere, we should be able to support those as well. All right, so let's take a closer look at the user needs we've heard so far. So the first one we've heard is, help me fill in my local knowledge gaps. We all know that local knowledge is extremely important and is helpful when it comes to planning for smaller pieces of land or doing planning for the next 1 to 5 years. And when it comes to planning for larger pieces of land or on private properties or doing longer term planning, user might benefit from additional data set. So in this case, with the plan, with the Explore workflow, you'll be able to select any data set from the regional resource kit and visualize them on the map, zoom in and out, and find what you need. The next one we've heard is that help me view the landscape holistically. We've heard that just doing planning based on one single criteria is not enough, like fire only. But incorporating a variety of ecological and socioeconomic factors is overwhelming. So as a result, we're partnering with scientists from UC, from Forest Service, a variety of scientists maybe in the audience, to come up with a score called treatment score that basically take advantage of the latest data from the resource kits as well as climate model to try to describe the health of the landscape. And highlight a couple areas that really need some attention. So this kind of gives some pointers to where to further dig into. User can also go into the tool to find out more about how the scientists come up with these scores. Next, we heard from users to see more up-to-date project information. So also as part of the Explore workflow, user will be able to see the up-to-date existing project information from CalMapper, as well as the latest status from the interagency tracking system that Alan has just presented on. Next, we've heard from users that they want help with finding the optimal solutions. We've heard that there are a lot of tools that provide heat maps without built-in analysis or optimization functions. And while there's so much land to treat, but there's limited resources and time, it's important that we find the project with the highest ROIs. So with the plan workflow, user will be able to select an area they're interested in putting some treatment, and then they can put in the management priorities. So a few criteria that they particularly care about. So for example, here I can put in some of the pillars that we just talked about, and you'll also be able to see more detail about these pillars as well, or specific metrics that you want to optimize for. And then you can put in some constraints. For example, I only have $300,000 budget available, and then our tool will be able to recommend a couple projects based on these. And then along with that, you can see the cost associated with it, and also their relative impact on the 10 pillars, along with the other few really important criteria that really helps with selecting the right project. Now let's say you're interested in seeing if you fine-tune some of the management priority criteria and see if it significantly impact the outcome. You can actually create multiple scenarios, and then the tool will be able to generate impact based on these scenarios, and you can put it in front of your local constituents and make decisions collectively. So second to last, we heard from users to get help on evaluating projects objectively. So with the evaluate workflow, we're hoping that we could provide data set that help with criteria that are related to landscape scale context or natural resource benefits, where you in no way wanted to replace or change how the evaluation framework are working today, but we want to help with faster, better decisions by providing additional data points. All right, so last but not least, we heard that land management is a massive collaboration effort. So we want to make sure that our users can collaborate with their colleagues and local planners and grantors. They can do that by sharing the project they've been working on with others to view and comment. They're also able to share them as a PDF or export as shapefiles to continue to work in their tool of choice. With that concludes our demo. And lastly, I just wanted to thank our partners for their generosity, for their patience working alongside us, educating us. It could not be possible without everyone who's involved here. And lastly, if you find what we're doing interesting, you want to provide us with written feedback or want to be part of our research, or just want to be posted on what we're doing, you can head to planscape.org and sign up there. We would love to hear from you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Great, thank you. I just want to point out, here's our draft timeline. Again, we're going to have both the resource kits, the prioritization, and Planscape available sort of as the meetings come aboard. It's important, if you haven't gotten it already, that Planscape will be available early next year. We're just starting. In fact, this is a big launch for all of us. This is the first time we've pulled these resource kits together. They are a draft kit. We immediately let it go out, and we've already getting comments back on changes, on revisions, and we're open to that. These aren't finished products, and so we're really hoping to revise as we go. The same with the profile. We're hoping to get feedback and then make these living sort of working documents as we go forward. So with that, I'll open it up to questions from the executive committee.
Great. I think we need these mics. Yep. Okay. Well, thanks so much for that presentation. It's really, really impressive, the level of teamwork that happened, and thanks to google.org. One note for those several hundred people who are in the room or are joining online, because of the size of this discussion, we are focusing questions from the executive committee, but it's really important that we get, that the folks presenting here today hear feedback and input. So not only are they here today, but through the task force or through planscape.org, we can facilitate questions and input to them. I think I'll start off with a question for John or anybody on the panel, and that is, you all are distilling a ton of complexity here, right, to try to help optimize how these projects are happening. But if you're somebody who volunteers for a fire safe council, in a local community, if you're a local county supervisor, or you're somebody who's not, spending tens of or hundreds of hours in these complex metrics, how would you suggest that, these kind of voluntary toolkits be used to help accelerate the pace and scale of the work that needs to happen on wildfire resilience?
Yeah, well, I'll start with that. I think, that's exactly what we're trying to do. So in these interagency science discussions, we spent 4 months literally fighting about what we thought were the most important ones. These are compromises for ones that we think are both scientifically sound, but also management relevant. And so we pulled them together and then try and piece them out. There's a lot more metrics you could have had. You could put them in different ways, but this is our current best way of using it. And the idea is that if you focus on these and kind of follow that pillar structure, it gives an organization for how you can look at the different resources and goods we want from our landscape. So we're trying to do that hard work internally and then share it in a sort of more digestible format. And I know like Tadashi and Alan have been kind of and Pat have really also been in that sort of, in the trenches. I don't know if you have comments you want to add to that.
Well, so brass tacks, it's really helping folks make decisions on a regional level in the Sierra Nevada about what projects to prioritize or where to make investments. How do you, if you had a magic wand, how would this toolkit be utilized?
It's not on.
Yeah, just start off.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say that the toolkits are really designed to be, again, sort of a core set of data, right? And we tried to provide across all of the pillars a selection of data that would inform it, the questions that people might have, and provide them in a way that you can look at. I think we're providing both raw data as well as normalized data, so from on a scale from -1 to 1. So there's a little bit of analysis in there, but there's also the raw data, and then the ability for people to kind of look at that in conjunction. And I think that the google.org tool, the intent of that is to take that even a step further and allow people in a very user-friendly way to do all of that stacking and take the next step to try and understand how the resources are interacting with each other and where we could make decisions. I don't know if you guys have anything.
I'll just add really briefly that working with a number of collaboratives that I've had a pleasure of working with, information and how to represent it, how to interpret it, how to talk about it, how to come to consensus around what's the real situation and what do we want to do about it. That takes a lot of time, and it can take years to get those data to come together. So that's really, in a really practical sense, what this enables is to sort of jump right to like, hey, we've got a really reliable rendition of representation of conditions. What do we as a group want to do about that? And I think that really hopefully will help collaboratives and other groups come to a decision about what's best for them in those places, and then to move out on implementation. So that's really the main goal that we are hope for these kids.
So I just want to say thank you, because wow, integrating data across all these agencies, that's just a dream. So thank you guys for doing that. And I can only imagine, as you had said, John, the conversations that you guys have had, behind the scenes. So it's a lot of work and it's a lot of time, and just so appreciated. And I can't wait to see how it's used, by our collaboratives, by our regions. I've already in the lobby just this morning, like, oh my gosh, are you going to make me do carbon counting on everything now? There's a lot of like, these pillars are in there, and is this a requirement that I have to use all of the pillars? Or do I have to go back and restructure my whole project to make sure that I have this included? And these are frameworks, I'm going to speak to the audience now, these are frameworks to be able to use. If this is something you want to know about, social importance in your area, you've got a tool set to be able to use. So I think my question is, how you can use any of these, you don't have to use all of them. And looking at you guys for that's how this was set up, is to be able to use these independently, but then collectively come together to really look at what you want to do in a landscape. Have I interpreted that correctly? Okay, got the head nods. Right. So I'm going to put that out there, guys. We're not requiring you to have to use all of it. It's built from your local level. What is important to your local groups? What do you want to know about?
Yeah, that's the key part, that you can prioritize and weight which pillars are important to each community. And that's really the flexibility that we're trying to build into it. And that's what's going to be built into the Planscape tool as well.
Can you talk a little bit about the level of resolution of the Planscape tool? I think Michelle had suggested that you guys designed this at an optimal level, so for a resource, regional manager. And I know there are all sorts of technology tools that are also out there, some more focused on sort of the tactical, very localized level. So talk about the resolution and a little bit more on where you think the optimal use of Planscape is.
So we
have built this tool specifically to focus on, with a lot of the features in the tool, they're more aligned towards the landscape, the regional managers that are looking at broader landscapes. Although this could be used if needed by local planners. What we're working on is to make sure that the information, like the reports that come out of this, the shape files, PDFs, whatever needs to be shared, can be pulled into other tools and be used in other tools. We know that local planners, this is why one reason we focused on more the regional level, the local planners have a ton of tools at their disposal. And they have their favorite tools that they use, and they have a lot of things in their head as well. They really know, we talked to some of them, they really know their areas inside and out. So what we wanted to be able to do was cover that higher level for the regional planners, so that they could get that landscape view, and also to help address the million-acre challenge, which you've got to be able to be planning. You guys know better than we do. You've got to be planning at that broader level. But there's no reason why the data that comes out of that can't be used by local planners as well. Yeah. And that's our goal with the collaboration part of this, is to enable planners to be able to come together collaboratively and work on this together, and start to bring some of those teams together to say, what's the best way for us to optimize for this particular landscape, and bring in feedback from multiple people. So hopefully that answered your question.
Really helpful, thank you. Other questions from our executive committee here?
Just a quick comment on your very first question. I mean, that audience is the audience for this. I think while it looks complicated, what we're hearing from all of you is extreme information overload. Tons of data, tons of metrics. And so if you are an RCD in the Bernie Hat Creek area or in Placer County, what we're hearing is, how do we assess the health of our forest? What metrics should we use? What we don't want is 20 different answers to that. How do you develop, as we talked about earlier, a statewide system where we're using consistent metrics, but one that is tailored to your area because you're weighting those metrics differently? So that's the sweet spot we're aiming for. But again, as John said, we want to hear from you. Does this work for you? Do the metrics capture what's important to you in your community? Is it user-friendly, as Google is attempting to do? We got a lot of work to do. This is the first time that we've unveiled this, so you're sort of our target guinea pigs to hear if this is hitting what you've told us is important.
Yeah, let's turn to Richard, and then we'll go to Stacy.
Yeah, great job. Really, congratulations to the team. Fantastic presentation. You talked a little bit about the data. I know a lot of work went into generating those regional resource kits and really compiling a lot of data from a lot of different sources. And you also talked about, of course, that those data are going to need to be updated. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit to the process about currency around those data. How are they going to be updated? And are the updated data then going to be available for continued use? Thanks.
Yeah, who wants? We've talked a lot about that. Anybody want to jump in first?
I'll take the first stab. But the data that are in the kits represent 2021 conditions, so that's just so folks know that. And in terms of updating, one of the criteria that we focused on are data that are readily available and easily updated. So much of it is from remotely sensed sources like satellites, and so exactly how and when, I think, they will get updated. We tried to make that task as doable as possible in the set that was pulled together, and also because it really draws on the strengths of many different agencies. These data sources come from multiple sources, and they have their own workflows that incorporate updates into their workflows. So I do think, though, the kits themselves, in terms of being an entity, is fairly new, and so I think that some of the next work will be in this notion of alignment and collaboration, how those will be updated each year, ideally, so that they're current. I know, John, if you want to.
Well, I know that one of the real pleasures of working with Google is that was the first question they asked. They're making an investment they want to know that these data that they're using now are going to be able to sustain this tool going forward. And so it really puts us, it makes it very clear that it's not a one-time investment. Right now, I think we're really harvesting, big investments both by the federal and the state government to build these tools. And now we've built them, and we're going to see how well they work. And if they do work, there does need to be a plan to sustain them, both sustain the updating of them and also all the work that goes into this resource kit. Is a 1 year. We go through the regions, we start. It's we wanted to call these starter kits, but we changed the name. But that really is true. These are our start toward data integration and toward pulling the best available data, but it needs to continue, just like the treatments need to continue. And so we have to see, once we see how they work, then we need a plan to sustain them.
Great, thanks. And that actually answered one of my questions, so that's great. But and this may be more of a question actually for Patrick and for our task force leaders. How do you plan to use, I understand that this is aimed regionally at project planners, which is wonderful, but I also see, with all the grant funding available across multiple state departments and agencies, or perhaps even federal agencies, how do you see using this, to determine, to prioritize and determine, as a county person, there's a little bit of a fear, that it would that a lot of them, it could continue to funnel funds, grant funds to areas of the highest need and not necessarily spread things across the state, so maybe you could assuage some of those concerns.
We will certainly talk about that in the later part of the agenda. We want to be in a position of giving large block grants to areas that have their act together, that are ready to go, that have pipelines of projects. But we also want to, particularly at the state level, through the RFFC program, provide capacity building grants. And these toolkits are going to be key to that. So again, as I said earlier, you have a kit that you can use to hit the ground running. It's not going to take you, hopefully, a couple of years to try to figure out what metrics you should use, what decision support systems are out there. Now, having said that, and I can't emphasize this enough, we're not mandating or not planning the agencies to mandate any particular tool. If you want to prioritize projects giving your own systems, that's fine, but this also provides a common set of metrics so that statewide we can roll the information up. So we're trying to hit that sweet spot for local planning, local decision making, local priority setting, but using a common set of metrics so that we can evaluate success overall. But yes, as we'll talk about later, we hope to use this both for implementation funding to help hit high priorities, but even more importantly for capacity building, so people have the information they need to plan and prioritize projects.
Yeah, and Patrick, I'll just add to that. I mean, what we need to do, given the scale of the crisis, is move at a much larger scale at a faster pace. And we know that, the traditional programs we've had simply won't do that. This idea that individual communities develop individual competitive grants that get selected, one here, one there, across hundreds of communities across the state, we're just not going to achieve the targets that we have. So we have to move at a bigger scale at a faster pace. And Patrick's absolutely right. The goal is to help regions build their capacity. So that means still prioritizing community, but across regions. And so earlier this year, we were up at the North Coast, and the North Coast Resource Partnership has been doing this for 15, 20 years, really well organized, to identify regional priorities. And to Patrick's point, once regions build that capacity and can demonstrate that they've prioritized projects and have the sort of the process underway to do projects, multiple ones at a time, and develop and maintain a pipeline, then our goal is to provide state and I think federal funding for those priorities. But part of the challenge I've heard is that a lot of regions, it's challenging to develop that capacity and really identify the priorities and develop that big picture vision. And so this tool, among many others, is really meant to help them, so that, to Pat's point, not every region is creating its own wheel, that there are strong, reliable data sets that regions can use to set priorities. And then the goal is that then those priorities, like those in the Central Sierra where we're at right now, are identifying priorities, and then that federal state funding spigot gets turned on, and those projects can can take place, multiple ones at a time, and then we can, keep those projects moving forward. So maybe there's an initial treatment and then ongoing treatment, et cetera. That's, from our perspective, how we're going to actually achieve the pace and scale that we need to, and why these tools are so important. Good, Don.
Come sit here. Yeah, but
Short cord and so hard to get the question out, I guess. First, I really appreciate the map-based approach to planning. As a person who likes to do these kind of things and nerd out on it sometimes, it's great to see new tools coming forward. The one question on my mind, and Alan and I have been having some of these conversations as well around some of this, is in terms of the localized type planning, how adaptable do you see this to be to include localized knowledge systems, such as like local winds or assets at risk that may not be readily available? And so it's just one question in that is like, how adaptable is that to be developed in that way? Thanks.
Yeah, I can give it a try. With our tool specifically, we're really hoping that local knowledge and some of the scientific knowledge can come together. So this is in no way like we want to replace local knowledge. I think it's really important. We're giving kind of maybe like a more landscape view on things. And then, as I was showing in the tool, it seems a lot of decisions are made collaboratively in person. So I think that's kind of the forum where I think two sources of knowledge can come together. And also, as we're making this tool collaborative, we could share this out so that there are more ways maybe to get comments, and then some of the local knowledge will be able to surface.
Yeah, I think we also have a commitment as we as we move through the regions to include regional information, particularly data. But I think Don, you brought up another question: is how do we include sort of some of this aspects that are important that are harder to quantify. I mean, you mentioned some of the sort of local wind patterns and local knowledge. I think some of the things around social cultural well-being are very difficult to quantify, and so this is a guide. It's not sort of going to give you the answer, and so we want to build in that flexibility. So have that sort of hard quantitative approach that gets built in with sort of local demands, local needs, local knowledge. And so we're trying to replace human thought in this. But we're very much realizing that we scientists and project developers and engineers need to get on board of getting things going fast and not wait till we have the perfect. We want to have something that informs and is good enough to make decisions.
And I'm really excited with the work that's happening, both John and Don, really braiding Western science with indigenous knowledge. And we are really at the cutting edge of this. So John, I think, as we look to integrate, sort of scientific data and sort of these Western scientific approaches, it's really important to try to, continue to figure out how we integrate indigenous knowledge into this and ensuring that it doesn't remain necessarily in silos, but is complementary of one another.
Yeah. No, I think we definitely have, a lot of work to do. We want to bring in. There's more agencies to bring in. There's more areas to bring in, and so we're hoping it grows. Although it is challenging to bring down all these silos. Anybody else have comments about? Yeah.
Before we move on, I just want to sort of make explicit a theme that I'm hearing from everybody else up on this panel and among you, is that one of our goals is to really meet people where they are. We realize there's a wide range of capacity out there, and that across this region, across the state, there are a variety of different interests and needs. And we're trying to build these data tools and resources to, if someone wants to take a deep dive, they can do that. If someone just wants to look in their specific area, they can do that. If they want to just look at a map and try to have that information just distilled in a very simple way, they can do that. And like I said, there's just this wide range of capacity, and so we need to provide a wide range of tools and products to meet that in order to help move all of this work forward across the state and the landscape.
Yeah, I would just add one more point, and that is to emphasize that these tools are all about empowering local leaders, regional leaders to identify what their priorities are. And we fail if this is a one-size-fits-all or a centrally planned activity and project selection from, the state capital or the federal capital. This is all about empowering folks like those that are here today and watching across the state. And so I think that's really the feedback that we invite is, are these tools helpful? Where can they be improved? And then really holding ourselves accountable for ensuring that the funding programs that we have really meet, again, to Alan's point, communities where they're at, so that we can get the resources in local and regional hands to get the work done. So Patrick, I'm sensing we're close to lunch. I hear some murmuring in the back of our fairgrounds hall here. Can you tell us a little bit about, first of all, what we can expect this afternoon and how it links to the conversation this morning, and then send us off with instructions for lunch?
Yeah, sure. So what you're going to hear early this afternoon is 3 areas, all in the Central Sierra, that got a head start, that have more funding, candidly, and collaborative efforts to educate you, to educate us on how they're using decision support tools, these mapping tools, these metrics to plan and prioritize projects, and also candidly showcase their efforts. As Jennifer and Wade said, we're moving towards block grants to large areas. You'll see 3 of those areas that are the benefits, in particular, Forest Service money under its 10-year plan. So you're going to hear how they're putting that money to use using this. We wanted to reassure you, these metrics aren't just out there developed by a bunch of researchers, but the actual practitioners on the ground, forest supervisors, are using them day to day. So we'll hear about that after lunch. Then we'll come back to this question of funding. How do we align state and federal funding to get this kind of work done, both on the implementation side and on the planning side, and end with a wrap up on recreation. So hopefully you'll see how it's all linked as we go through the rest of the day. With respect to lunch, if you're already registered for lunch, you can just go right, pick it up. If you're not, please register, and we'll go from there. Lunch will be outside on the far side of the building.
I think you're getting a tap on the shoulder for some lunch instructions.
Just through those doors out there on the right.
And Patrick, I'm really excited with all these tours yesterday. So if somebody wants to find out more about the tours, and if they haven't necessarily signed up, but they want to understand more.
Yes, there's a table in the back right corner where you can sign up for any one of a dozen tours.
And then when are we due back?
We're due back at 1 o'clock. So we got a little bit more than an hour, which hopefully should be plenty of time for you to eat and say hello to folks.
Thanks so much. We'll see you back at 1.
Good job, MC. I got done on time. Oh my gosh. For folks on the executive committee as well as panelists, we got some feedback over lunch that some of us are easily audible over the microphone, others are not. So if you could get comfortable with the microphone, be nice and comfy so that everybody can hear, because it's obviously a big room to fill up. So if you can, folks, find a seat and we will get underway here shortly. All right, folks, we are going to get started, and rest assured you have plenty of time to continue gabbing. If you didn't know before, you now know that right after our meeting here today, we're going to have a networking reception on the front lawn. Free booze, I'm told, thanks to, or beer and wine anyways, Zabo Vineyards, Athletic Brewing Company, and Sierra Nevada Brewing Company. So that's going to be a really good opportunity right after this meeting concludes here at 4:30 p.m. And then I'll share this later, but we are also really thankful to Circle for organizing essentially a mini Wild and Scenic Film Festival tonight for those of us who are able to stay and be part of the tours tomorrow. And that's in downtown Grass Valley at the Del Oro Theater at 8 p.m. So the idea is have a beer, have a glass of wine,
go support the local economy and get dinner, and then descend on the Del Oro Theater for some really great movie shorts. And then if you're not scheduled or if you're not signed up for a tour, we have amazing. Patrick, do we have 8 tours, 11 tours? Something impressive. There's still availability on some of the tours in the back. It's a great opportunity to get out there and see the stuff that we're talking about. All right, we are going to get underway. And Patrick, I'm going to ask you to go be an enforcer and tell people to go outside or stay in here. Forrest, thank you for facilitating this next panel. And so we talked in the morning about this effort to really bring together data and help it be useful to decision makers. We heard from a lot of folks across the state that, God, where do we even start in terms of identifying what are the priorities, how to compete for the projects, et cetera. So the work that we discussed this morning is all about how to provide that information to folks. But today, or this afternoon I should say, we're going to talk to folks that are on the ground already making it happen. Really some of the most inspirational, consequential projects at scale. So let me turn it over to Forrest and our panel here today.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot, for the introduction, also for getting everybody's attention with the free booze. I feel like that's the easiest post-lunch attention grabber. My name is Forrest Schaefer. I work for the California Tahoe Conservancy, and I'm thrilled today to be moderating today's panel. Because in Tahoe, one thing that's always held true is we've really looked to that link between science and management to really drive our management actions, but then also to drive those science priorities. But the other thing that's held true is that we are not doing that in a vacuum, ever. We're looking to learn from places throughout the Sierra Nevada, throughout the state, throughout the nation, on what is that best available science and how can we best apply it to our management decisions. And everywhere in this state, communities and collaboratives continue to learn from each other, to adapt tools and processes like the ones we heard about today, and also helping inform policy at the highest levels. So today's panel is going to be building on what you heard this morning. Today we heard about how resource toolkits can be applied to project planning. But today you're going to be hearing from 3 forest resilience collaboratives in the Central Sierra that have had a little bit of a head start and have been applying information and data and collaborative processes like the resource toolkits you heard today on the ground and delivering that on projects at scale. And so the word of the day I heard was alignment. We're already starting to build this statewide alignment, and that's what we heard about in the morning. But that alignment doesn't just happen at the statewide level. It happens all the way down to the local level. And so today we're really going to hear about a lot of these ways that local alignment is being built. So today we're hearing from 3 initiatives. Each of these initiatives is focused on expanding and accelerating forest health and community protection projects while protecting the environment and sustaining the economy. So those are really the first goals of the Forest Resilience Action Plan that these collaboratives are contributing to on this statewide platform. But that 4th goal of the Forest Resilience Plan is to drive innovation and to measure progress. So it's one thing to do it, it's also another to really move that forward and how we're thinking about forest resilience, but then to measure what is the impact that we're actually making. And so that's what we're going to hear from our panelists today. Our first partnership will be the North Yuba Forest Partnership, moving on to which is in the north part of the Tahoe National Forest. Then we'll move to the Social and Ecological Resilience Across the Landscape Project, also known as CIRL, which is on the Stanislaus National Forest. And then we're going to go to a little bit different scale, which is the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, which is a 2.4 million acre collaborative, which involves the Tahoe National Forest, the El Dorado National Forest, and the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. I'm just using those to provide some context for spatial location, but each of these collaboratives are really working across the landscape. So you'll notice today that we have 3 forest supervisors, one each from the Tahoe, the Stanislaus, and the El Dorado. And each of those forest supervisors are also joined by a critical non-federal partner that is really helping to drive that work forward. And so our first forest supervisor we'll hear from today is Ellie Lano, supervisor for the Tahoe National Forest. Ellie.
All right. So, whoa, there it is. The mic's working. Good. Secretary Crowfoot, boss. Hi, boss. Guests, people in the back, what's up? I'm Ellie Alano. I'm the forest supervisor of the Tahoe National Forest. Welcome to the Sierra Nevada. Welcome to the Tahoe National Forest, and welcome to the ancestral and traditional homelands and intertribal regions of the Nisenan, Mountain Maidu, Concow, and Washoe tribes. We, in the words of the Sierra Nevada folks here, we are super stoked to have you here. And a huge shout out, Melinda Booth with Circle. Wave your hand, the hostess with the most. Thank you, Melinda, for everything you're doing to put this event together, and all the staff at Circle and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So, I'm going to do something somewhat out of character for me, and that's that I'm going to try and follow the directions that Patrick gave to me for today's presentation. I'm not going to talk a lot about the North Yuba Forest Partnership. My partner here, Willie Whittlesey, is going to do a little bit about that. I'm actually going to talk about data and decision making and what we did in the North Yuba and what we're doing across the Tahoe to use data modeling to collaborate and plan for forest resilience. So you can see here some of the partners involved, and I want to talk about the huge task that these folks came together to try and accomplish. That giant task was to come to consensus, not an easy thing to do, on values and their relative importance to determine where in the North Yuba watershed we need to treat and in what ways to treat in order to accomplish our goals and protect and enhance our values. And we needed to do it fast, really fast. So our overarching goal was to protect the North Yuba communities from the threat of catastrophic wildfire and restore the watershed to a healthier, more resilient state. So how do we go about doing that? Well, we had a lot of meetings. And people were committed to those meetings. They actually showed up. And sometimes people who weren't even invited showed up, which was awesome. But so the first thing we did was we tried to identify those important assets, those communities, those ingress-egress routes, areas of high ecological value, protected activity centers for important species. We identified those. Then we modeled fires. Thousands and thousands of fires using the latest modeling. It's super cool to see how this works. You can pretend like a fire starts somewhere on the landscape under certain conditions and watch it spread. We did that with our partners thousands and thousands of times to see which of those values were most at risk. And then we modeled where likely treatments would occur. And based on that, we came up with what we have and our partners have coined the restorative return on investment. So if we're going to invest in restoration on a particular place on the landscape, what do we get out of it? And how does what we get out of it compare to what our values are and what we're trying to achieve? So that's what we kind of think of as restorative return on investment. I'm moving fast because I'm going to leave plenty of time for questions and interaction. So then we went through this exercise, and we were just talking about it over lunch. Sherry, if Sherry's here, we were talking about this, where we tried to get consensus on how important is this ingress and egress route compared to the value of this spotted owl habitat, compared to these structures in this community, compared to this watershed, compared to this water infrastructure that provides water to communities around the Sierra Nevada and the foothills. That is not an easy thing to do, to come to agreement on how important these things are that we all think are super important, but if you can't decide what's more important, then nothing's really more important than anything else, and it makes it impossible to prioritize. So we went through that exercise, and it took a while, but it was really interesting, and we learned a lot about each other. So we did that. Are you tracking with me? We identified what's important. Then we modeled the hazards or the fires that might affect those important things. Then we weighed the values and we used the pillars. The 10 pillars were our values. We weighed them. And then we ran it through Forces, a modeling tool from the Rocky Mountain Research Station. So thank you to our friends in Colorado. California can learn from other states as well, just saying. And we came up with some scenarios. You can see here that this is, so I just ran through a 2-year process in about 5 minutes. So this is what we came up with in the North Yuba in terms of our prioritized treatments. And you can see by color where those priorities were. They surprised some people about where the priorities ended up being, but that takes into account the work that we've already done. So sometimes those communities that are expecting, hey, we're going to be #1 priority, well, it turns out we've already done treatments in that area. So at the current moment, that might not be the most important place for us to treat in the next couple of years. So with that, I want to do something a little bit different, and I know people are taking a chance with me and letting me do this, but this is going to be super cool. So based on all the work we've done, we now have the ability to do this across the entire Tahoe National Forest in real time, and we're going to do it right now. So, one of the first things you do when you're thinking about doing something like this is you say, hey, where do we want to plan? What's the landscape we want to plan for? So we have the ability to either draw on a map the landscape that we want to plan for. So let's say, here's I-80, right here. So we're going to say, hey, let's protect the I-80 corridor right here. So that could be your planning area, right? But I'm not going to go through that because that would take a little while. I'm just going to go back to an area that we are already talking about, which is the Middle Truckee area. So the Middle Truckee, exciting new area here. We're going to start a new collaborative here. And Stacy is going to be one of our collaborators here. So Stacy, tell me, on a scale of 1 to 5, how important are the houses and roads in the Truckee area? On a scale of 1 to 5.
5.
All right. 5. Okay, how important are those ingress and egress routes?
Can everything be 5?
No, that's why it's so hard. Do you want to revisit your first answer?
No, I'll say 4.
Okay, 4. Okay.
I'm not running for re-election.
How about recreation, the recreation assets in Truckee?
6.
I know I told you I was going to do this, though.
I know, and I didn't have enough time to really think it through. 4.
Okay, biodiversity.
This is hard.
For a politician.
I'm going to help you out. I'm going to say that some of these other things maybe are
3.
a little bit less, just for the sake of doing this. So ecological commodities, that's like timber, water infrastructure. I know since Willie's on the panel, I'm going to put water really high. And so then you want to select what areas you're going to include. So I'm going to focus on the Middle Truckee watershed here. I'm not going to include the WUI areas because the WUI areas are largely private lands, and I'm the Forest Service, and so I can't really do a lot there. So then you choose your project size. So in this planning area, we're going to say 2,000 acres is a good size for an implementation project. So not the whole planning area, but just the implementation projects. We're going to choose about $4 million for 2,000 acres. And let's just say we want to do 5 projects in the Middle Truckee River. Then we hit click scenario. And right now it's comparing all those values and all those weights that Stacy said she's going to include in her next campaign. Just kidding, sorry. And see what, it's running through all of the steps that took us 2 years to do in the North Yuba. It's going to pop out for the Middle Truckee. Here we go. So look at that. It shows us where the most important places are to treat if those were our weighted values. And I know I'm almost out of, well, I'm really over out of time, but here's some of the information about these projects that come out. So, 669 acres of manual thinning just in that priority 1 project. Mastication, 891 acres. Mechanical thinning, 290 acres. Prescribed fire, 149 acres. So that's the work that's kind of initially would come out of this model. A cost estimate is there, and even the estimated cost of the benefit of the timber value is in here. So, and then the other thing you can see is, so in that highest priority project, the land ownership doesn't include any national forest. So sometimes when you run this, the most important land to treat is not on the national forest. So with that, I just wanted to hand things over to my friend and colleague, Willie. But before I do that, I wanted to just say one more thing. And that is, I was at the Van Gogh immersion thing yesterday. I know you're like, where's this going? So what I was thinking, well, one of the things I was thinking when I was sitting in that immersion room was, that's where I am. That's where we are up here on stage. We're immersed in our own projects, and we need people like you, task force members, to look in at us and tell us what you're seeing. Are we creating what we need to be creating, or do we need to make some adjustments? So I'm hoping to hear some of that. But now I'm going to turn it over to Willie.
All right, well, so I have to work with this guy quite often, and I have to follow him in these types of presentations. We've done this a few times now, and so I hope I'm as entertaining as Ellie. Thanks, Ellie, for going and forging new ground with me. So Ellie got to call out his boss, so I'm going to call out one of my bosses. I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for Yuba County Supervisor and Board of Director, Yuba Water Agency Board of Director, Randy Fletcher. Randy is the guy who brought all this stuff to the Yuba Water Agency about 5 years ago and said, hey, Willie, we need to do more in the foothills. This fire stuff's crazy. And this is before the campfire. This is before the Caldor. This is before these major fires. And Randy's resident of the foothills, and he's concerned about this stuff. How can the water agency help, right? And so Randy brought this stuff, and here we are now, years later, participating in what I think are groundbreaking, collaboratives like the North Yuba Forest Partnership. And I have my notes that I'm going to go through chronologically about, what's the water agency and why are they involved and all that stuff. But I'm going to really tee off what Ellie just went off on. He showed all this really awesome data, measuring metrics stuff. And when I worked at a big corporation, all that stuff was important. But now when I work at a water agency, it's not that important. Take all that stuff, toss it out. It doesn't matter. We need to go do some forest thinning somewhere in our forests. That's the direction that I gave the North Yuba Forest Partnership. We first came around and said, we need to do all this stuff, we need to measure all this stuff, and Scott, you're out here somewhere, you worked on this stuff, and if you guys all worked on this tool, I'm totally kidding, we absolutely need this stuff. But the reality was we were building a collaborative, and we just needed people to look each other in the eye and go, what are we doing? And why are we here? Well, we need, and Wade said this earlier, we need to work on an appropriate pace and scale, right? And so, okay, well, what's the scale? The scale, well, someone raised their hand in the meeting, the scale is the North Yuba watershed. Let's use that one. Okay, well, what does that really mean? That's 300,000 acres. Is that the scale you want to work on? And all of us 9 members of the North Yuba Forest Partnership said, yeah, we want to work on that scale. Okay. What's your pace? You're not going to, at the rate we're going, that's 200 years, right? Well, what are we going to do it? We're going to do it, let's do it in 20 years. Let's get aggressive. Let's do an entire watershed in 20 years. And so that's really what the North Yuba Forest Partnership is. I'm going to go once, oh, I went too far, my bad. Okay, there it is. So here it is. This is it with all the tools. You can see in the why am I up here talking, that's really the thing. I work at a water agency. Why am I standing up here? Okay, on the western part of LA's map here is New Buller's Bar Reservoir. That's our asset. That's why I'm here. We care about that. That's a 1 million acre foot storage reservoir. What do we do with that reservoir? We manage for flood control, water supply, and clean carbon-free hydroelectric generation. That's what we care about. We care about the quality and quantity of the water that comes from our forests, right? And let's all remember that Of the water that Californians drink, 75% of it comes from our Sierra Nevada forest. This 300,000 acres is a little slice of that, but what we're hoping to do is show that we can create a collaborative that can move forward with forest restoration and resilient forests that can be a model for the rest of California. That's what we're trying to do. We have a long ways to go. We have a lot of work to do just in our watershed, and by the way, we have been actually out there on the ground working. We've got tens of millions of dollars that are allocated to this, and we're getting the stuff done. We're hitting the challenges just like many other watersheds are with workforce. What do you do with the wood and the biomass? Work days. These are the issues we're coming up against, but we're all pulling in the same direction, right? That's the whole goal, is we're thinning the forest, pulling in the same direction. Okay, now I'm really going to get into the part of the talking points that I really need to get into because I'm from a water agency. Why a water agency, right? Why are we here? Okay, here's the reality. Our forests are a reservoir. They're part of our green infrastructure, right? That's truly what they are. You can think about the asset that we have as a 1,000,000 acre foot reservoir. Well, that's just where all the water comes and is collected. It really comes from that 300,000 acres, and it's a dynamic system. And right now, that system is out of balance. That system is out of balance, and Secretary Crowfoot talked about it earlier today. We've gone over a century of fire suppression, and we're out of balance in one direction. Too much vegetation per acre. It's that simple. Well, what happens when something's out of balance? It tips quickly to the other side. And well, how does that happen? That's a major catastrophic fire, right? That's really what we're trying to prevent here. And then it tips it to a different direction where you have too many trees per acre, too much evapotranspiration, an unnatural water cycle, and then a major catastrophic fire hits the forest and tips it the other direction, where now you have no vegetation per acre. For those soil ecologists out there, you got hydrophobic soils. I had to use the word. You got quick runoff right into the reservoir. You don't have that soil profile and the natural groundwater attenuating the water that slowly percolates into our reservoir over time. I don't have all the answers. I can't tell you based on Ellie's data if it's right or wrong. I just know that we need to do something. We need to thin the forest. We need to get them to a more resilient natural condition, and that's why the Water Agency is participating. That's why we're here. The way we really justified this was, and is Andy Fecco still here? Andy, I got to call you out. Are you here somewhere? There you go, brother. Okay. The way we justify this, Andy fortunately manages Placer County Water Agency, but unfortunately has, after this fire, the mosquito fire, has experienced 2 major wildfires in his watershed in the last 10 years, the King Fire and now the mosquito fire. And what he saw, I don't know what you're going to see on mosquito. You tell me today it's going to be better than the King, hopefully, but tens of millions of dollars of mitigation of soil, sediment, and debris washed into his reservoirs, and years after that, he's mitigating from that. When I brought our projects to our board and said, look, this is an example of what can go wrong. If we participate in this collaborative, we can get our forests restored in a resilient way that they can handle these fires. Yes, they're going to burn, but they can handle these fires and they won't burn catastrophically, and we won't experience, here's the way I characterize it. 2017, major hydrologic year, right? Major record rainfall and runoff. We had $3 million of sediment removal, just maintenance at Yuba Water Agency, and $1 million of debris removal from that reservoir. That was in a forest, an upstream watershed, that had not experienced catastrophic fire. Imagine if we'd experienced the King Fire, the mosquito fire, the Caldor fire, whatever it might be. Imagine what that sediment and debris input would be. That's about $5 million in one kind of significant 10-year storm event. Imagine what that would be if we had a major 100,000 acre fire in our watershed. We're talking tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of restoration. Let's do it now. Let's get the restoration done now so our watersheds can withstand that fire. Okay, I talked about workforce, wood, and work days. The one thing I really want to hit on is we're kind of at a point now where we have funds, we have a plan. We really need to work on what happens with the wood. We need, forest utilization infrastructure, sawmills, biomass plants. How are we going to take care of this wood? Right now we're burning it in the field. Is that the best answer? No, it's probably not. But that's where we are. We're making progress. We're doing well. I know I'm over time, like Ellie was. I have to help throw him under the bus too. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ellie and Willie. And actually, I don't want to be a panel moderator because I don't really want to moderate any of this. It's great. I'm really pleased to introduce next Jason Keegan. Jason is the forest supervisor for the Stanislaus National Forest, and take it away.
All right. right, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jason Kuiken. I'm blessed to be the Forest Supervisor of the Stanislaus National Forest and honored to be one of the many partners of the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative. And you know, through that collaboration, Ellie and Willie just talked about it, is these lands are important to all of us. I would suspect everybody is here not because they wanted to come to an in-person meeting and get free booze later, but rather because you've been touched by fire in some way. Some areas that you care about deeply have been impacted. Communities that you've lived in have been impacted. And so we're trying to find a different path forward. You know, you go back to the 1970s, and a large fire was 50,000 acres. That was a fire of a lifetime at that point. Now we talk in hundreds of thousands or over 1 million acres in order to really capture people's attention. That's where we are. And so when you look at scale, that's a big scale. You can't see 1 million acres unless you're either looking from Google Earth or up at 35,000 feet in a commercial airline. You can't see that type of landscape from a ridgetop. When you're at a ridgetop, maybe you can see 30,000 acres, but that's about it. And so how do you take that scale and be able to apply strategic treatments in order to affect the outcomes of those fires? I mean, that's really what we're here to talk about, is not that our folks have not known what to do, it's that the scale has outpaced our ability to match that thought process. And so to talk about that briefly, and so up on the screen you can see our social and ecological resilience across the landscape, or SERIL project, which is 119,000 acres. The communities are generally on that southern edge of that. And even this project is probably not at the scale that we need to affect fire in a big way. But these are two FSIM models that really show probability of fire impacting things in that landscape. That's the thing on the left. And then on the right, it's conditional flame length, which really, once you get above 8 foot, sometimes even 6 foot flame lengths, you're talking a canopy fire moving at that point. And so that's what really impacts things. And so how do we change that on a landscape, and to do so at scale, to be able to identify not just what's most important, but how important is it, so that we can prioritize our limited capacity. So to talk about that, I'm going to bring in Bob. So Bob is my uncle's father-in-law. He worked for Martin Marietta in the 50s through 70s. He was the propulsion lead for the Titan II missile project, the silos, right? You know, so and I was able to talk with him at dinner at Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner when we lived in Colorado a couple times. And you know how they figured out how to make that thing fly where they wanted? A slide rule. So they used a slide rule to make those tolerances, and they were aiming for a 2 to 8% tolerance. And so you fast forward 15 years, and then he was the lead on Skylab, precursor to the International Space Station. And did they still use a slide rule? No. They had supercomputers at that time, but the phone in your hand or in your pocket has more computing power than that supercomputer did. And they were able to use those same principles and techniques of Titan II to be able to apply to get that thing out of the atmosphere and circle the Earth. 79 didn't go quite so well, but anyway, but until then, you know, they tried to use the best technology, and that's what we're trying to do with data and analytics here, is using LiDAR, using ForSys model, which we used, and Ellie described that very well. We used something not quite as rapid as land tender, mind you, but it was still trying to figure out where in the landscape do you place treatments to have the greatest effect. And so this map is the outcome of many meetings with YSS and others around how do we prioritize what's on the landscape. What we also used in this context were potential operational delineations to be able to figure out on a priority scale of 1 through 17 what are the most important places to start with. It's similar in an aspect to what North Yuba did, but just at a slightly different tool. And so what I'm pointing out here is that in order to affect change, we need to treat a lot of land, and we need to do so quickly. We also need to do so strategically, and again, apply that capacity in the best manner possible. and that's again quickly, if I haven't said that 5 times yet. So being able to do that requires collaboration, not just in the planning, but in the implementation. I'm going to hand that back to Patrick in just a second. But here's what FSIM predicts is the outcome. If we can complete this project, as you see, a much lower probability of fire affecting these fire-dependent ecosystems. We can't get rid of fire. We have to just live with it in a different fashion, be able to have it beyond the landscape in a manner that we can do so under our control, apply fire proactively through prescribed fire when possible. But then we also need to figure out how to make those impacts, have that canopy fire be lowered, that risk of it. So we have to live with fire just in a different fashion, but we need to do so together, and that's collaboration, but that's also learning. What we did here, we're going to repeat, and we're going to start doing that project here soon, right, Patrick, right, John? And yet we're going to learn lessons as we implement this and through that planning so that we can do so even faster, because we don't have time on our side. We have impacts that are coming, so let's try to avoid those. And Patrick, turning to you.
Thanks all. My name is Patrick Kopel. I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne River Trust and a member of the YSS leadership team. So I'm going to go through a little bit about who YSS is, how we went through this planning effort with the Stanislaus National Forest and Jason, what made that work, and then a little bit, I did also wanted to provide a little bit of a reaction to the tool we learned about earlier, the Planscape. So who's YSS? We're actually a relatively, I would say, mature collaborative that was formed in 2010, and the idea was to prevent a major catastrophic wildfire. We're a combination of environmental groups, loggers, biomass industry representatives, recreational users, and others. And our leadership team has combined experience of well over 100 years of working and living in our area of focus, which is really an indispensable knowledge and experience. And our area of interest extends from, it's primarily Tuolumne County, but also into Mariposa County, and basically extends from the Merced River in the south, up through the Tuolumne watershed, and all the way up to the North Fork of the Stanislaus watershed. So it's a big area. So, as I said, we were formed in 2010 to try to beat a big fire to the punch. Unfortunately, the Rim Fire beat us in 2013, burned 257,000 acres of the landscape there, primarily in the Tuolumne watershed. We didn't let a good disaster go to waste, so it galvanized the group, and we really doubled down on our goal to improve forest health and reduce fire risk. So first we focused on helping the Forest Service to advance some low controversy recovery and reforestation plans for the rimfire recovery. And we had a YSS brokered plan, which was between primarily environmental groups and industry groups, and that was ultimately what we recommended to the Forest Service and primarily what was approved. And I should mention that did survive some court challenges along the way, so that collaboration really worked. And then more recently, we worked with Jason and the Stanislaus National Forest again to help advance a major restoration plan, this time the Cerro project. So we're in perhaps an enviable position of having 2 large landscape plans already approved, gone through the NEPA process, and we're actively implementing those with the Forest Service. They're doing a bunch of work, YSS is doing a bunch of work, and together we're moving that forward. But we do have, between the 2 plans, easily over $200 million worth of work to do, ready to go. And so we're hungry, we're out there looking for that money. And having success bringing some of those funds in. So how did the planning go with Cerro? YSS, though we have a ton of experience working and living in the forest, we're not modelers. But we do bring just a ton of that on the ground, local knowledge. And we were in that position of being able to walk out and point to places that needed to be treated. We needed to have thinning done, we need to have prescribed fire brought back in. And the good thing is the Forest Service brings that modeling expertise with the development of ForceSys and other tools. And so it really is a collaboration, an iterative effort between the Forest Service and our local collaborative. There's a lot of back and forth that happens. And some of the steps that we went through, first YSS defined its own narrative goals that touched on kind of 8 different broad areas that largely, it happens, overlap with the 10 pillars that we've heard about. But things like wildfire risk reduction, forest resilience to drought, insects, and disease, socioeconomic benefits, ecological process, things like that. And then we also defined our area of interest. And there's back and forth on this. The give and take, not everybody got what they want. There were ideas to do a bigger area that went all the way down into the Sierra National Forest. Well, then there were ideas to do smaller areas. Back and forth we went and ended up with the Cerro project area, about 120,000 acres. So there's definitely give and take and building trust and all of that. And then there were details about the alternatives that were negotiated, high priority areas that we were identifying. Prioritization of treatments was another aspect that was negotiated, and maybe that's a bit of a strong word, but we went out and put on the map places that we saw as high priority to go to first, and I would say the modeling that came in kind of verified that. So again, ultimately, the Stanislaus, they brought a ton of expertise, of course, as well, local on-the-ground expertise, but they also brought that data analysis and allowed for tweaking of things and helping with that prioritization. I do want to mention that it's going to be important to monitor outcomes over the long run, and that's something we haven't talked about that much, but I think some of this metric setting is going to go a long way to doing that. So things that make this all work: collaboration, building trust, and I would say there are kind of 2 key audiences here for that. There's kind of the local community, and then there are decision makers that maybe aren't local. Maybe some of them are, but it might be decision makers in Sacramento or in Washington, D.C., but they're sort of these 2 different audiences. And we need to figure out a way to make those 2 different audiences feel like they're having input that's valid and people are hearing it. And we also need to sort of get the feedback going between the 2. And I think the community input from local experts is going to provide that reassurance and buy-in from the general public, be it the local community, the environmental community, industry. And the data and modeling is going to help provide reassurance and verification of plans to decision makers and policy makers. But there's not a strict delineation between the 2. They kind of feed back and forth. And so we need to keep that in mind. So the last thing, I just wanted to provide a couple of reactions to the tool that we learned about earlier, since I have the mic. Let's see, we heard about our experience today as visiting the Van Gogh exhibit. Well, I'm a whitewater rafter, so I'm going to use whitewater rafting as my metaphor. I sort of was that as I was learning about the Planscape tool, it was kind of a little bit like whitewater rafting in that it was both thrilling and terrifying to me. It was thrilling to see, the technocrat in me sort of was thrilled to see the metrics, the standardization, the ability to compare alternatives, and the simplicity of it all. But it's also terrifying as somebody maybe not in control of that, but to see the lack of, I don't know, maybe lack of nuance in it, to have sort of a black box and not really know what's in there, fear of losing control or, being ignored, like, we know this is what needs to happen here, but maybe there's a decision maker somewhere far away that's looking at the Planscape tool and saying, well, the tool says we should actually be working over there. So I don't know. So yeah, that's, so we need to kind of keep that in mind as we advance work under that tool, and make sure that we're getting that input from the community along the way, or I think things are going to go off the rails. So thanks.
Thank you, Jason and Patrick. We've heard from two collaboratives, really at different phases in terms of how long they've been working, and very different approaches, but really the common thread is how data is being applied to this work. Now we're going to hear a little bit of a different approach with the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, and I'll hand it over to Jeff Marcellet.
Yeah, thanks, Forrest, and glad to be with you all. So you'll notice first, I want to call attention to the fact that 3 forest supervisors, you see there's one mold that we all come from, right? Well, through the rest of my presentation, you might see one more iteration of that mold coming to bear. So be patient with me. I'm not as entertaining as some. I would say that, so TCSI, it's really my privilege to be the one talking about it, but the truth is there's an awful lot of leaders and an awful lot of staff that are behind this, and so it's my privilege, but it's on the backs of a lot of folks who are doing some incredible work. The TCSI, you might say, well, 2.4 million acres, what is that? Is that like a collaborative? Or is it like, are you doing implementation work on the ground? And I guess I would answer both of those questions, well, sort of. We're doing a little of each, maybe in different ways, but it's a large landscape that actually represents numerous individual large landscape collaboratives. And so I'm going to give you a 30-second version of the TCSI origin story. Much to the chagrin of at least a couple people in the room, I'm going to tell it the way I remember it. There were 3 forest supervisors meeting with a couple of regional staff, and they said, what do you think would happen if we got the executive directors for SNC and Tahoe Conservancy together? What do you think might happen? And somebody scratched their head and said, well, that would be interesting. At the same time, those 2 executive directors were apparently meeting saying, do you think we could get the 3 forest supervisors to work together on one large project? And the truth is we sort of met in the middle. Patrick and Jim Branham, Ellie, Lawrence Crabtree, a whole bunch of others. We actually needed support from a lot of our non-government partners because they were like, you all are crazy to get started. But from that came some pretty impressive results and some pretty exciting things that I think we're very proud of and feel like are major underpinnings of the work moving forward, a lot of the work that was presented earlier today. I'll point out that the Lake Tahoe West Large Landscape Collaborative was just forming on the west shore of Lake Tahoe at the time, and the narrative that really drove a lot of this coming forward was, hey, this is the biggest large landscape collaborative ever assembled in Lake Tahoe, and yet it felt de minimis. It was small. It needed to be 10 times the size, and we said, well, if this is the largest we could do right now to convene the communities, and there's a half a dozen other large landscape collaboratives, what would it look like to start to connect the dots? Like, where could you get to if you took the energy and value and pulled that together? So we started with just some really innocuous meetings, some kind of high-level conceptual activity that ultimately led to what you've seen a lot of this morning, the Pillars of Resilience. That came from, the Pillars of Resilience came from the very basic idea that, wow, we do not have a common language between the collaboratives or even within the participants in the collaboratives. Everybody was trying to define resilience on their own terms, their own landscapes. The exercise Stacy went through, values. Can you imagine, like, you've got 5, 6, 7 collaboratives, everybody's giving numerical scores about what's important to them, and the truth is we really needed to back the bus up and start to talk about how to bring it all together. And we actually convened series of meetings. with all the collaboratives, and we started with what data are you relying on to make your decisions or make your recommendations, and not surprisingly, everybody was using different stuff. Some was really super refined, some was really organic, some was, you know, I mean, it was amazing the amount, and yet there were common threads. And so TCSI looked for ways to pull those common threads together and help move the group forward. I'd say that, you know, when you look at the slide here in front of us, you've got these two kind of landscape level figures on the right of the slide. That represents our current 2.4 million acres is the kind of the middle picture, then the kind of heavy to the orange color. And on the right is what we believe our 20-year plan for implementing our regional approach will accomplish in terms of making the resilient landscape. So it is possible to plan at scales, 2.4 million acres in size, though the truth is the implementation is still in the hands of individuals and organizations on the ground. Just trying to zip through this so we can leave room for as much conversation. I will note I'm closer to the amount of allotted time than anybody else here so far. Sorry, I had to take a swipe, you guys. So this is just one single watershed unit within that landscape. If I went back a slide, which it's dangerous for me in technology, I could show you where in the large landscape this is. It's Rock Creek drainage. It's on the El Dorado National Forest. It's one value we asked Pat Manley and her team to help us take a look at. Now, some of the forest supervisors here have really, really awesome technology. Pat heard me say this 100 times. Just give me a map. I just need a map that I can roll out on the hood of a truck with some of our foresters that have worked on this piece of ground for a long, long time, and point to spots and ask them, would this make sense to you? And if so, how can we implement it? And if not, what would it take to convince you that this science is driving good choice locations for where we're putting our energies and our priorities? This is just a single picture of that Rock Creek drainage trying to adjust flame lengths. So what would it take to get our flame lengths down to 4 feet? Arbitrary number. You could pick any length of flame, but the idea was at 4-foot flame lengths, we're not doing more harm to the forest than we are doing good by having prescribed fire on the landscape. So pretty simple, and actually you can see right down to the project scale what's in there. This map and the promote tool that drove this really is the precursor to what we saw, the projectscape that the Google folks and others are working on. So they're inextricably linked. They have the same data. They're all derived from the same pillars of resilience. Some really cool connectivity, good work, Taskforce and others for making sure that stuff all came together. The last piece I'm going to talk about quickly is getting to scale. It should be no surprise to anybody. We have a homeless biomass problem in the state. We cannot find places to move the material, and so key to that is being able to solve some of the bigger regional issues related to wood infrastructure. And because TCSI was working at that regional scale, 2.4 million acres, 3 national forests. You know, when you're collaborating on 60, 70, 80, 100,000 acres, you don't have the kind of capability in terms of the predictive ideas on how much material you're going to move. But at 2.4 million acres, you can start to yard all the projects up and say, what will it take to get that long-term productivity on the industry side matched up to the need for pace and scale? And so partners in the Nature Conservancy and others led that effort. You see the graphics on the left. The last piece I would say takes to getting to scale, and you heard Ellie talk about it, he's thinking about forest-wide for the Tahoe National Forest, using the data that we have from TCSI, using all the pillars of resilience. My forest embarked 18 months ago on a strategy, a forest resilience strategy, which really aims at stepping way back and saying, how are we going to move the entirety of the El Dorado National Forest to a more resilient condition? And so we finalized a forest resilience strategy. It's more of an internal document, believe it or not. It looks forest-wide, but it asks the questions, how do we ID projects? How do we say where we want to work? And how do we bring those then to our collaboratives to say, does this make sense to you? And so when we moved our resilience strategy forward, it is a goal then to start to balance those first entry treatments you hear so much about and the maintenance treatments, the prescribed fire, the broadening of our implementation of regular routine maintenance to keep and manage the forest resilience for the long run. So that was a very quick run through. I'm still a lot closer. I'm going to turn it to one of our key partners.
Looks pretty
Angel.
similar to my time, Jeff. I'm just saying.
Let the record show that second wind went long.
One of our key partners in the TCSI, the Nature Conservancy, and Angel. Thank you.
So the first question is, can I stay to time? Let's find out. Hello, everyone. My name is Angel Hertzlet. I'm Forest Project Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I have the privilege of being the closer for this panel. We've touched on a lot of material today, and I think I'd like to make a few comments about how the North Yuba Forest Partnership, which I'm part of, used TCSI data and the Framework for Resilience to tie into some of what Ellie shared already, and then also to step back and continue a few thoughts on what Jeff was speaking about at working at the regional scale. So I'm, as I mentioned, a project director for the Nature Conservancy, and I've been involved with our French Meadows project. Then I got to be there at those original meetings for the North Yuba Forest Partnership, and have similar memories to what Ellie shared in terms of really scratching our heads about how do we make these hard choices about what are our priorities. And we're still in that planning phase, but we've covered a lot of ground. And then I've also been able to be on one of the work teams for the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative. So as a result of that, I think I get to thread a few needles here. With North Yuba, as was mentioned, we did use the Framework for Resilience. So we already had some shared goals that we had solidified in our Memorandum of Understanding. We're 9 separate partners sitting together at a table. We have a very common vision, but certainly we don't have all the exact same agenda. So I think the Framework for Resilience was really essential for us in terms of moving us from our broadly stated goals to some more specific, quantifiable, actionable, shared language around resilience. So we went through this ranking exercise, as was mentioned, and we had to, put some numbers next to, okay, is this project really trying to address air quality, or are we going to downgrade that and really focus more on fire dynamics, fire-adapted communities, forest health? And I think that experience of collaboratively having that conversation, doing it in an iterative way, and being really honest and open about us having to make hard choices and being systematic about it, all framed out within this framework of resilience, really improved our confidence in what we're accomplishing, and I think brought some stakeholder buy-in amongst us, because we went through it systematically. And I had the privilege of helping to facilitate that with some support from Vibrant Planet. So I think we're on the other side of that now, and the Framework for Resilience, I just want to make a plug for it. And I know it's already kind of been rolled up into the state level approach to talking about resilience, but it's data agnostic. You don't need to use a specific metric. You don't have to have a specific data set that meshes with it. It's really more a framework more than anything, a way to think about resilience, see the interconnections there, and be strategic and thoughtful and systematic. So that, I think, played out well for us with North Yuba. We used some data from TCSI as well. In the perfect world, we would have had the current conditions across the whole 2.4 million acres completed. We didn't have that. We don't work in the ideal world. We work in the real world. So we took the data layers that were available and applicable, and we plugged them in, including large fire potential, carbon stores, Roger Bales, drought vulnerability work. That all made its way into how we prioritize within North Yuba, but we left the rest. And so I think that's another message I want to share, is that this isn't here to supplement local knowledge or other important data. I think there's room for all of it to play, and that has at least proved out within North Yuba. Wow, this clock I think is like on a hyper speed or something, because I'm about to run over my time.
Take the time you need.
Okay, so and then just secondly, to talk about Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative more broadly. So yeah, there are challenges that come up at the project level and can be solved at that level, but I think the main example I would think of for a regional challenge is what Jeff already touched on, this infrastructure issue. And I wish I could stand here today and say, because of our hard work within Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, we've been able to crack this nut, and now we have enough processing infrastructure. So, our job is done. That's not the case. But I will say, through our work thinking at the regional scale and bringing some science to bear on the questions of like, okay, if we had additional processing facility, how much would that reduce the cost of doing the restoration work? It's not going to pay for itself, but it can bring the cost down significantly. And that work then can get parlayed into what we as the Nature Conservancy do in the policy world. So we were able to advocate for a transportation subsidy for taking this restoration byproduct to the nearest facility, because the haul distances are too far for the numbers to pencil out right now. We were also able to speak to the need for a revolving loan fund for getting small businesses up and running to address this infrastructure issue. And I think because we've been thinking at the regional scale, working with partners and bringing the science to bear, we can stand on our 2 feet with confidence and say, yeah, this will make a difference, and here's how much. I think a lot of us have this pace and scale mantra that we live with. And because of the great work that our science team has done within Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, we know that we actually need to treat 60,000 acres every year to actually get to that landscape level resilience. So I'm really appreciative of the work that the science team has done to really undergird the work that we can now do in the policy world and in project implementation. And I think even though we've been at this for a little while, we're still just getting started. And it's really inspiring to see what's happening now at the state level to get to that alignment. So with that, I'm going to close and pass it back to Forrest.
Hey, thank you, Angel. I have clearly done a wonderful job keeping everybody on time. But I actually will we are at our prescribed time at this point. It is 2 p.m. We did start a little bit late, so I'll leave it up to, So we'll look to, thank you to all of our panelists. We're going to look next to our steering committee, to our executive committee, to provide some questions to the panel. So please jump in.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I know about all of these projects individually, but I hadn't been able to hear them all collectively. So just personally, I'm like, wow, pretty impressive, you guys. Thank you very much. And I hope you also see that we are really good on healthy competition and banter in the Forest Service. So that's all good as well. So you guys touched on so many topics that I have more curiosity around. Stacy did a great example of how hard it can really be when it gets down to it. How do you put your values out there, and how do you make decisions collectively, and where do you prioritize? And how do you work through that in a collaborative? And then also, Patrick, your comment also on models are models. People make decisions. And how do you bring in the local knowledge into that? I'm thinking of what Don had shared, just how do you bring in tribal local knowledge? How do you bring in your Vietnamese farmers that don't even speak our language, don't speak English, I should say. How do you bring them into this, and how do you have that kind of conversation? So I'll ask more on how did you really sit down and prioritize with that? Ellie, you had a great example on one person, one community thought, I'm going to be number one. And it didn't turn out to be like that when you went through the model. Can any of you share a little bit more on how do you actually went around saying, scheduling, we're doing this next, and then we're doing this next, and then we're doing this?
Is this working?
Yep.
For us,
I think the forest asked us, where are your priorities as a starting point, which was great. I appreciate that. And the YSS team, were in pretty good alignment on the areas where we wanted to go first. And I guess the models probably pretty much verified that. It's sort of obvious. It's like the places closest to communities. And it was kind of that simple. Once we got past some of the earlier, like defining the big area and defining the narrative goals and all of that sort of stuff, that first set of priorities, in a way, was sort of obvious for us.
I was wondering if I might look to Angel to speak to how the data might actually have served as a tool for that.
Yeah, so I think Ellie touched on this already, but I'll just add a little more. For the North Yuba Forest Partnership process, we did a major local mapping exercise. So we went from where are the power lines, where are the roads, where is ingress egress, where are the important ecological resources on the landscape. And so we did a pretty exhaustive exercise to map all those values and actually make sure that they're on the map in the first place. And then we used the pillars of resilience to identify what are the resilience goals for the project. So each of the 9 partners weighted these pillars against each other. Then we brought those numbers together and we had a partnership weighting. Then we talked about it, and then we kind of went through that again a second time and talked about it again. Maybe even a third, I don't recall, but by the end of this long conversation that stretched out over the course of a couple of months, we felt like we had that shared vision of what the resilience outcomes should be from the work. And then we actually went through this exercise of, okay, if fire were to burn through at a low severity, like a 2-foot flame length, how would that impact all of these resources that we've mapped? Because in the built world, oftentimes fire's for sure negative, but we have the ecological resources too. So we wanted to show that in some cases, actually, a disturbance could be beneficial and to capture that benefit as well. So we went through that whole process to think about, okay, how will disturbances affect these things that we care about and what are our goals? And then we did an exercise also to basically attribute what these resources are in the landscape to the resilience pillars. So does a school contribute to forest health? No, but it does to economic and social well-being. And so we had to kind of divvy out all of these mapped resources towards these resilience goals and then name our values, and hopefully that clarifies things a little bit. But it was intensive, but I think it brought us all along because we were all part of that process. So we have a shared investment, a sense of shared vision that we've arrived at.
Thank you, Angel. I'll look to the executive committee for any other questions.
I just have one kind of provocative question that I know we're out of time here, but maybe you could speak to for all the folks out here who don't have your level of sophistication and resources. They're asking, is it possible to both go big and go fast? Collaborative processes are messy. They're complicated. On the one hand, we're getting all this pressure. Get to 1 million acres. We know where the priorities are. Go, go, go. Versus slow down. Be collaborative. Make sure everybody's on board. What advice do you have for folks out there facing that question? It sounds like you were able, all of you in different ways, to hit that sweet spot.
Thanks for that question. I think it's a really important one. I think one of the keys is to not stop everything and plan and wait before doing anything. So we've been doing work all along and keeping the collaboratives up to speed on the work that we are doing right now with projects that have already been planned while you're still planning at scale. So there are a lot of different ways to plan at scale. You can do 3,000 acre CEs in a single year very easily, and all of a sudden you have 9,000 acres planned and ready to go. Or you can take a couple of years and plan a couple 100,000 acres. It's important to have all those things going at the same time and make progress while you're doing landscape level planning.
I'll add, I think having a clear vision of what the scope of the project is important. So we talked about, are we going to take on recreation or mine reclamation? And we decided, no, we're not. We're going to have a pretty narrow scope here. This is a forest health project, and everyone who's within the partnership understands that, and so that allows us, I think, to move faster because the scope is narrow.
I might just add one little piece here. If you look at the shelf stock that's already, we call it shelf stock, NEPA-ready projects. I mean, on my forest alone, we've got $60 to $70 million worth of work already developed either through collaboratives or in partnership with communities. And so on projects like that, and that's what's made up, by the way, our regional plan, not just what's on the El Dorado, but what's on the Tahoe, what's on the Lake Tahoe Basin as well. And we can juxtapose those projects being implemented against the resilience targets that we just displayed a few minutes ago in terms of what we're trying to achieve over time. So I'd say resource that first, and I think each of the forests is still working with their partners to do that, and then look to the collaboratives that are already in place. These groups have been working together for years and years and years, and so that piece, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You can run forward on the implementation that you have ready now. At the same time, you're asking folks to take a wider view of the landscape and start the next gen planning.
Thank you all.
If I could add one thing, which is don't let perfect be the enemy of the very good, because we can spend 10 years trying to figure out exactly where and exactly what and how it works. We don't have 10 years.
Okay, and with that, that concludes our panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, panel, and we're going to have a little bit time. All right, everybody, we'd like to welcome our next panel, and this is one that many wait for. It's funding large landscape scale conservation. So everyone, please take your seats, or at least quiet, so we can hear our panel members talk about funding, money. I'm going to turn it over to Melinda Booth with Circle, and she will kick us off.
Heads up at 7.
7 would be the good. Oh, I don't even. Thank you. I definitely don't.
I'd rather have fun.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that introduction. And my name's Melinda Booth. I'm the executive director at Circle, the South Yuba River Citizens League. We work in the Yuba River watershed, and our headquarters are just around the corner over in Nevada City. And I know you all can hear me. Take your breaks, eat your cookies, and come on back. No one's going to mind if you walk up while we're all talking. I know we all have a lot to make sure happens today. What I think we've heard this morning, and we probably came in here realizing, but what we've really heard that there is a clear need to increase the pace. There is a clear need to increase the scale. We need to be working at a landscape scale. And for success at a landscape scale, there's a lot of different factors that need to align. We need the right people in the room. We need the right tools. We need the right prioritization. But if you have all of those things, are you magically ready to get going? No, you're going to need something else, and it's called money. And if you have money but you don't have the other things, you're not going to be successful either. So we need our cake, and we need to eat it too. But we're going to talk about money in this next section because it's really expensive to do any type of treatment from planning to implementation. And it's even more expensive if you're trying to treat at a landscape scale, which is what we're really trying to address here. and especially in overstocked forests with backlog maintenance, which many of our Sierra forests are. And so it takes a lot of resources. And now you're also working across state, across federal, and across private lands. So you have even more coordination, and that takes time and that takes money. All of those things have to come together. So this panel really begins to address current and future funding opportunities and funding strategies with state and federal investments to address forest health and community resilience. So I know you've all been wanting to hear, how do we get the money? Well, here we're going to start to dive into that. We have 4 esteemed panelists that we're really honored to have with us today. I'm going to go ahead and run through the bios of all of our panelists, and we'll just move seamlessly through the rest of the presentation from panelist to panelist. So first up, we're going to hear from Jonathan Cusel. He's the founder and executive director at the Sierra Institute. And Dr. Cusel has been working to help rural communities thrive by bringing people and their ideas together to improve socioeconomic conditions and natural resource management. He founded Sierra Institute for Community and Environment in 1993, and he directs the organization today. That's pretty impressive longevity, sir. Next, we'll hear from Angela Avery, Executive Officer with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. For more than 20 years, just a moment. After Dr. Cusel, we're going to be hearing from Sherry Hazelhurst, State and Private Forestry Director with the United States Forest Service. And Sherry currently serves the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Southwest region as Director of State and Private Forestry. And she's the Forest Service lead point of contact for the task force. She and her team work in partnership across all lands to sustain and restore healthy, productive, and resilient rural and urban forests. She's from California, and she has worked with various partners on forest, watershed, and ecological restoration, domestically and internationally, for 30 years. And after we hear from Ms. Hazelhurst, we will hear from Angela Avery, who is the Executive Officer with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So for more than 20 years, Angie's career has centered on protecting the forested watersheds of California. And in this time, she has developed and led teams in policy and legislative science, research, and GIS programs, public information and communications operations, and grant program development and implementation, giving her broad and extensive experience in the problems and opportunities of the modern California forest. And she's been the executive officer with SNC since 2018. And wrapping up our formal comments in this panel, we'll hear from Steve Frisch. And Steve is the president and the founding member of the Sierra Business Council, which over the last 20 years has leveraged more than $100 million of investments in the Sierra Nevada and its communities through community and public and private partnerships. He also serves on the boards of the California Stewardship Network, the Large Landscape Practitioners Network, the National Geographic Geotourism Council, Capital Public Radio, and Leadership for Jobs and a New Economy. So with all of that expertise on this panel, I think you can expect to hear some really incredible insights, and we'll have an opportunity to do some Q&A between the executive committee and each other. So thank you so much. Without further ado, Jonathan.
Thank you, Melinda. I thought we were going to lose the battle against cookies, but I think we've recovered a little bit. Okay. And also recognizing the order, that was a last minute change when we switched, so that's why Melinda had them in a different order than what we're presenting. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. It's especially a pleasure to be seeing all of you in person. Many of you I haven't seen for at least a couple of years, so thank you for that. My remarks today are drawn from 30 years of community and landscape-focused work, and more recently from working with collaboratives across California and beyond, advancing a wood utilization campus. Never thought I'd be doing that over the last 7 years, and living at ground zero of the Dixie Fire, which burned much of Greenville, the largest community in the Sierra Institute's home valley of the Northern Sierra. Yeah, it brings it home, brings home the urgency. Getting to the goal of 1 million acres, we all know, is no small task. The work has started, but we are not there yet. I have 4 themes I want to share today as critical pathways to treating 1 million acres annually. I'm going to share them up front. Landscape grants or block grants are needed for collaboratives. The last group is a great example of when you have money, you can do stuff. 2, we need capacity building support to address inequities elsewhere. We need investment in wood utilization infrastructure to succeed. I was pleased to hear that mentioned in the last panel. And 4, long-term success ultimately requires building a circular or regenerative economy, a community scale economy. I think virtually everyone here knows we're in a crisis. It's a climate crisis, it's a drought crisis, it's a catastrophic wildfire crisis, and it is also an investment crisis. By this I mean the form, duration, and manner of investment. Yes, there's a lot of money going out, but we need to look at that hard. And how we respond to these crises will in large measure determine the fate and integrity of California forests and watersheds. In 2013, Sierra Institute hosted 2 collaborative forest restoration groups, the CFLRs. Within months, the 3rd CFLR joined the group. The purpose was to share lessons learned and to jointly address agency and other barriers. In time, other collaborative groups joined. Today, there are close to 20 collaboratives regularly participating in this group, 30 agencies and groups, and a half dozen tribes that participate in scale meetings. Thanks to Patrick, to Jennifer, Kaylee Bright, Angie, and others for their regular participation and assistance in the scale effort. Much appreciation. Recently, the group completed, and that doesn't show up on this, but that's okay, a blueprint for implementing landscape restoration and community resiliencies. I want to share several key recommendations from this report. First, collaboratives need block grants. I think the last panel again underscored the importance of that very issue. And these are landscape grants to succeed. And block grants are needed by mature collaboratives to complete restoration work at the scale we need it. That's important. And by mature collaboratives, I mean those that have been successful working together and completing projects. They have a wealth of local knowledge, they bring diverse interests together, and they work to achieve science-based decisions. Completing 3,000 to 5,000 acres is good, but we need to go bigger, and collaboratives need block grants to go bigger, to get to the needed scale, or we're simply not going to get there. The Dixie Fire brings home that point so loudly and clearly. The support that state and federal agencies are providing these days really is exceptional, but it's episodic and it's inconsistent. Again, it's not a criticism, it's an identification of the way the money is coming in and the way we need to rethink it. Groups now spend an enormous amount of time writing proposals, writing grants. And this is time that's not spent working on on-the-ground projects and getting to needed landscape scale work. An example, Sierra Institute is coordinating a 25-group effort focused on what's called the South Lassen Watershed Group. It's a 1 million acre landscape that starts at the top of Mount Lassen. It includes a number of anadromous streams, some of the last in the state of California, Forest Service land, Park Service land, private land owners throughout. When I looked around in June and July this year, most of my staff were heads down cranking on grants. It's okay at one level, but it is not okay at another level. We need to be doing work on the ground while we have the grants to support the work that needs to be done. That's time, again, that's not working on projects. And don't get me wrong, I am not saying proposal writing, grant development isn't important. I'm saying how much we do of it is to the point where it is becoming less productive, and we need to rethink that balance. And as you look at this map of groups, you'll notice that there are areas where no collaboratives are represented. I know we don't have all the collaboratives represented here, but the issue is, what do we do in places where we don't have mature collaboratives, or any collaboratives for that matter. Second point, we need to build capacity. We do this by supporting groups coming together, supporting professional staff, and we need to do this over multiple years. 4 years ago, the Sierra Institute completed a study of $92 million that the state of California invested from 2000 to 2014 in community-based watershed grants. Investment in watershed coordinators leveraged, and we learned this from the study, 7 times the amount of money that was invested in those watershed coordinators. That's an example of capacity building. Coordinators build capacity, they launch groups, and some of these groups continue to this day. My third point, I mentioned, I'm in the business of a wood utilization campus. Again, something I never, ever envisioned that I, as a social scientist, would be involved in. We have to invest, and it was mentioned in the last panel, wood utilization infrastructure, because landscape restoration will not succeed without it. Okay, I recognize that fire is an absolutely essential component, not part of my short conversation today or short talk today, but I recognize the importance of reintroducing cultural fire, cultural burning on the landscape. But I want to talk about wood utilization. This slide highlights Sierra Institute's activities on our wood utilization campus. We built a sawmill, that leftmost slide. That's now milling burned timber from the Dixie Fire. You can see on the fourth slide from the left, that's firewood that's being from burned timber, Dixie Fire. So we're putting it to use. We also have mass timber structures there, the middle two, or the two from the left, the slides there. Those are mass timber structures. If you want to learn more about mass timber, come back to the Sierra Institute table later. But why is it important? Because we're building homes out of mass timber, more fire-resistant homes. Doing fire-resistant home building in communities involves not just landscape effort, it involves the material that we use for construction. Back to the sawmill, we've partnered with a local independent logger to build a sawmill and a firewood business, as I mentioned, and it's a fabulous partnership because they know what they're doing with the sawmill and have been learning all along, and they're educating us about that. Thanks to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy for the support that enabled us to do that. Last point. This is an image of restoration, and what you see is the investment in capital at the top, of which we've talked about a bunch today in terms of lots of money coming in for investment in forest restoration, watershed restoration, and the variety of projects, the many projects that Patrick and others have mentioned that are now funded. But it's incomplete. We've talked about biomass and services that are coming out of that. We need the wood utilization component because we need to utilize that material. We cannot just burn biomass and piles in the forest. We don't want the emissions, and we don't have enough time or money to burn all those piles. Here's the last reason why this building a circular or a regenerative economy is important, because we cannot continue to just invest with our surplus. We have to come up with other sources. Look up in the upper right corner there. You see the green arrow. So this green arrow is more money coming from product utilization that goes back into investment capital to reinvest in landscape. And that's the cycle that we need to get to. I didn't expect that, but thank you. So Sierra Institute also advocates community scale businesses, which means tailoring businesses to the capacity of the land to sustainably supply those businesses and the community to provide workers. By doing this, we can create businesses that will make products Californians need and use, employ locals, and rebuild locals' economies. In addition to producing lumber, as I mentioned, we're also now looking at alternative products, but not just mass timber, hydrogen and other biofuels to help California get to a carbon neutral or carbon negative future. That's where we need to go. Finally, let me just summarize and say, block grants that extend over numerous years are what we need. Capacity to reduce inequities and an investment in infrastructure to build this circular economy or regenerative economy are all needed to get to 1 million acres annually. We will not get there without them. We have much work to do, and the Sierra Institute and our many partners look forward to continued work with the task force to help us all succeed. California and our forests and watersheds are depending on us. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I'm going to swap phones.
Oh.
All right, hi, I'm Sherry Hazelhurst. I'm the Director of State and Private Forestry for the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Southwest region, and I'm also our agency's lead to contact to the task force. So thank you for having us here today and for being so excited to hear about funding and finances from the Forest Service. I know it's one of my most favorite talks. And I'm not the financial expert, so if I claim the fifth, I'm being honest, I don't know. But I can tell you a little bit about it and then give you a little bit of background so that hopefully it isn't so mysterious. So the Forest Service is just one of the federal agencies providing resources to the task force and to our projects and programs. So I'm speaking just from my agency's perspective. Every agency does it a little bit different. So recognize that you may get a different answer if you talk to colleagues at the Department of Interior or even my colleagues over at NRCS. Natural Resources Conservation Service. That's the other thing about the feds. We love our acronyms, so wave at me if I say something you don't know what that means. I will try to eliminate them. So the Forest Service in Region 5 gets on average about 550 to 600 million per year in these various categories. And this is the way it comes to us in general categories. We've also had the good fortune recently to have some special funding, usually coming through specific legislation from Congress. In 2020, we had the Great American Outdoors Act, which provided funds for infrastructure improvement, recreation access, and improvements. This year, we received $37 million in that fund set. This year, last November, Congress authorized the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is a huge program. We are just one agency among them. If you check the White House website, you can see all of the different agencies and the different types of funding streams offered through them. Some of them, which you may not think apply to your issue, may in fact apply. Things like roads, highways, those connect our communities and our forests, and there might be some opportunities there. I will just say from our agency's perspective so far, we have 69 million coming from that. I expect a lot more. They're still trying to figure out a lot of those programs. Some of them were tailored to existing program authorities, and much of it is coming through new programs. So they're having to figure out, how do you do this new program? One of those you may have heard about, Community Wildfire Defense Program, or grants, is out there right now. I talked to somebody today who's working on their grants. I strongly encourage you to do that, look at the program. But that had to be developed from square one. We didn't have that opportunity in the past. So that's a big source of funds that can go to state and private lands. And that might help fill in those gaps that you saw from the last panel, where we were able to look at the national forests and you saw the private lands. These funds can be matched and put in those same areas going toward the same goals. So a good way to fill that perceived gap at the moment. The other source of funding that we got, unfortunately, was the supplemental disaster funds. We had enough disasters in the last couple years, I think, to last us a lifetime. And we're trying to take as best advantage we can of these one-time, hopefully one-time funds, so that we can get our forests in more resilient condition and recover from the wildfires we had starting from 2019 through this year. So that propelled us to almost double our funding in the region this last year. I expect in 2023, we are also going to start seeing the funds from the Inflation Reduction Act. We don't know what those are going to look like. Many of them are coming through new programs. And one thing I will say is, as we get these new funds, oftentimes the special funds, Congress has something in mind for how they want them to flow. A lot of times that's competitively. They love competitive processes. So when we hear that block grants are desirable, yes, we agree, and how do we use those competitive processes to our advantage for these programs where we have large projects that have already been planned, you have partnerships, you have matching resources, and that's what I hope we can do together. Whoops, where's back? Sorry about that. The funding flow. So sometimes a mystery, always interesting to watch from the inside. Congress passes the bill, the funding then flows theoretically to the national office. Well, there's this group called the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. They get involved because they look at the legislation and say, oh, what did Congress mean when they said we wanted to defend a community? Oh, well, that means it has to be so many people, it has to be so many feet wide, it has to have so many things in place. These are all the things that they debate back and forth between the national office and the OMB. Once they get that worked out, it then comes to the programs. And these are really big programs in general: the National Forest System, the research team, state and private forestry, and wildfire management. That can flow directly to the national forests, or it can come to the region or the station to determine how to use. At all of these points, there are jump-off points, hence those arrows that go both ways. Sometimes we have some special authorities that allow it to go from one place to another rather simply, and they can just take that leap. So talking about opportunities, what do we have out there? Once we have the program, that gives us the authorities, and that can tell us how we can do allocations, what kind of instruments we can use, and how we can work with our collaborative groups to make it happen. So as an example, the ones I've given you an example here. You heard earlier, CFLR, Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program. That's one of the ways we can work at large scale over the long term. These funds can be used for 10 years. It's a competitive program, originally authorized back in 2009 and has been subsequently reauthorized. And there's periodic on-ramps to the program. One of those on-ramps is right now. So we're in the process of proposing some new CFLR landscapes to the 3 that we already have in California, and hopefully we'll be successful with those, and we can work across the landscape for a longer period of time. So that's one of the ways we can be strategic around using competitive processes. We can think about how we administer those funds. Working with our partners, hopefully up front, we will have decided, yes, this partner can bring people, this partner can bring equipment, this partner can bring all kinds of materials that we may need to construct or to do the project. And then we can choose, is that best distributed through a grant, agreement, or contract? Is it short term so that we can get it started and then add funding as we go? Because usually with our appropriations, we get that for 1 year and then we add funding as it goes. So hopefully that's a simplified explanation of how our process works, at least on the Forest Service side, and to some extent generally on the federal side. And I will pass it to Angie Avery.
Good afternoon, everybody. So thrilled to see all of you here for this regional meeting in the Sierra Nevada. Deeply appreciate all of the support that we have from all of you, and so happy to host the steering committee here, so had to do that. Shout out for the Sierra Nevada there. So my name's Angie Avery. I'm the Executive Officer of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. If you work in forest health in the Sierra Nevada, you probably know who we are. So I'm not going to go into the details, and if you don't know who we are, I'm going to encourage you to go take a look at our website. Our comms team does an amazing job of telling the story of who we are and how we work with our partners. What I'm going to do instead is talk a little bit about how we work with our partners, because it's an important element of the Landscape Investment Strategy pilot program that our board just approved earlier this month. And so what SNC is really good at, you see it in the way that we're organized, you see it in the way that our staff is deployed, you see it in response from the programs that we develop. And I should be flipping through slides here, but I have no idea. There we go. You see it in the response that we develop in terms of the programs that we implement when we are thinking about how best to support the region that we serve. So So we play this bridge role. We listen, we have people, we have staff deployed throughout the region. We try and really do a good job of participating in the collaboratives, actively engaging in the collaboratives that Jonathan mentioned, in each of the projects that were highlighted in the panel prior to this one. It's critically important, being able to hear what the needs are and respond to the needs are, what those needs are, is how we work. And it's something that I'm really proud of, and I think the rest of our staff is really proud of as well. So the Watershed Improvement Program is an example of a program developed in the Conservancy a few years ago in response to how we were seeing things change on the landscape. We started the WIP program as a holistic approach to forest health and forest resilience. But what we started doing with this program really was investing in individual projects across the landscape, really good projects, really important projects, but individual projects across the landscape. What we know now, as we watch fires burn through the Sierra Nevada, what you all know as people who live and work in this region, is that scale is an issue. You've heard it all morning. Jennifer, you outlined it in the themes that you have been tracking from meeting to meeting, and Wade, you identified it as well. I know as I was watching the Dixie fire burn, not on the land, I was at home on my computer pressing refresh, 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 all through the fire and watching that fire grow and grow and grow. I also have a layer that shows S&C invested projects across that landscape, and what I was coming to understand is that scale really is critically important. So how do we get to scale? We've talked about we need investment, we need funding. One of the things I hear when I'm out in the region regularly is we have to have long-term sustained investment. But what we see when we look at the funding world, and there's a massive increase in the amount of funding that's available to us all, and it's fantastic, and none of us should be complaining, except we need a better way to use that funding. We need to be able to be working at a very different scale with the funding that's available, and each pot of funding, as Sherry was talking about, has really different requirements. There are really different elements associated with each of the types and kinds of funding, both at the state and the federal level. So how do we overcome that obstacle? What does a process look like that answers the question, how are you prioritizing? I'm talking about how you're investing funding, not just how you're prioritizing projects on the ground. But how are you prioritizing? What are you looking at? How are you working with partners? Can you break silos with investment that's available to you? We think we have an answer, or at least we want to try to figure out whether or not we have an answer. And so, pushing another button here. What we're presenting today, and I would highly encourage you at the end of this week to go to our website. There's our news section, it's called the Sierra Spotlight. It will have a link to the landscape investment strategy. But what we are thinking that is critically important to those of you who are working in these really important collaboratives on these really high priority landscapes is, can we change the game, the funding game, within the context of the game? Is that possible? Can you really, truly pool a variety of pots of state funding that have different requirements and timelines and objectives and various other things? Can you use that state investment to leverage federal investment in a clear, transparent process that actually utilizes some of the tools that Patrick Wright and the science team presented this morning that say, you're a local entity, you've got your priorities, you're working the way that you work, but is there a way to pull this funding to get to that larger scale investment with some assistance from a state agency who wants to help you do what you do, but tell the story that helps meet the state goals? So what we've done is we've drafted a pilot program that we're wanting to test. It's called the Landscape Investment Strategy Pilot Program. Our board approved it. We're ready to roll it out, sort of. We've got some questions to answer. But we want to change this game. We want to better understand how funding can be utilized in a different way because of the scale question, because of the long-term sustained funding question, because of the administrative questions that Jonathan answered. We want to pull together funding so that those of you who are working on the ground are not spending all of your time applying for this grant or that grant, but maybe you come and talk to us and we help you access a much larger pot of money and get that money on the ground over a longer period of time. Can it be done? We want to know the answer, and we want to help those of you who also want to know the answer. So, landscape investment strategy, like I said, we really are trying to do something a little bit different. We're trying to link a variety of priorities. We're trying to do work a little bit differently. We've got commitment right now from CAL FIRE for $10 million to help support an initial landscape investment grant. We are deep in conversations, and it's looking really positive that we will have potential WCB money to pool with the CAL FIRE investment so that we could potentially be talking about a significant amount of state investment. Our team is ready to help to work with partners who are here at the table, partners from RFFC, to leverage capacity investment and some of those needs that Jonathan outlined here a little while ago. We're ready to do the whole thing and try and do it a little bit differently. That's our goal, that's my commitment, that's our team's commitment, and it's the way that we think we need to move forward. Of course, 10 or 15 or $20 million is not enough, but if we can daylight the issues and the obstacles related to administrative and process hurdles, then maybe we tell a better story that brings additional investment that helps us get to the scale that we know we need to be working at, that supports all of the collaboratives that are working across our region. So I'm quite sure I went over my time. So that's where we are. That's what we're hoping to do with the landscape investment strategy. And Sierra Spotlight, go check out our website because there will be more detail on what that actually looks like later this week. Thanks, everyone.
Well, thanks everyone for being here. My name is Steve Frisch. I'm the president of the Sierra Business Council, and it's really nice to have everyone in the Sierra Nevada region, and it's actually great to be out and about. But I have a question to start out. Can everyone who is not the employee of some kind of public agency please raise their hand? Okay, good. You're the ones I'm primarily talking to today, although everyone is important. But here's my basic contention. We're not doing enough to give them the resources they need to do their work. And that is not something that can come from this task force because it's a public body. It's a public agency. And the people who need to be out there on the hustings explaining to people why we need to increase investment for forest management, wildfire mitigation, and natural resource restoration is us. And my contention is we haven't been doing a good enough job of that. Sorry to say that, but we really need to get to scale. The whole focus of this meeting has been about how do we get to pace and scale. So what the task force can do and is doing extremely well is laying out the goal, 1 million acres a year, putting together the science, coming together with the 1 million acre strategy and getting the players on board with that, creating the tools to do that work at the landscape level, giving us the metrics so we can measure success and report back to the public and to policymakers so that they have a rationale for increasing investment, working on the message so people know exactly what's happening and what's going on and why it's important. And we're making real progress on all of that stuff. And we have a lot of barriers that we need to overcome. I think Jonathan did a great job, and other people today have done a great job identifying those barriers. We have barriers with capacity, both at the state agency and the federal agency level, not enough people processing NEPA documents, not enough people working on grant management, not enough people working on delivering, overseeing the delivery of program on the ground. We have barriers with workforce and workforce capacity. Talk to a heavy equipment operator who's doing logging work anywhere in the state of California today. They can't find labor. Talk to anyone working on environmental planning right now. The processes are 3 to 6 months out because there's no one available to do the work. We know we have capacity constraints on infrastructure. That infrastructure constraint is massive. And Jonathan's vision that what should eventually be paying for all of this work is a restorative and regenerative economy is absolutely the goal. That how do we get to the point where the private marketplace is actually valuing these things and incorporating into the pricing of products the reuse, the restoration, everything else that's necessary. We know we need to go there. But with all due respect, what we did over the last 2 years is invest $1.3 billion over 2 years in forest management, and we treated maybe 250,000 acres of land, if we're lucky. So let's just do the simple math on that. 1 million acres is going to cost us $3 to $5 billion a year. So we're investing 1/5 of what we need to invest in this work. And yes, some of that is going to come from the private marketplace. Although I have to tell you, working on developing private market-based projects to do biomass utilization is brain salad surgery. And I have not completed a single of the 5 projects I've worked on that yet. Jonathan's finished a couple, and I'm really happy for him for that. But he got gray really quick at the same time I did too, I think, you know. Yes, we need the private marketplace to come to the table. Yes, of that $3 to $5 billion a year in investment that we need, some of it is going to need to come from the private sector, some of it is going to need to come at the local level, some of it is going to need to be state funding, some of it federal and increasing federal funding. But we're not doing enough across the board to increase all of those pots simultaneously. And that's really where we need to go. And that's why I'm talking to the private sector and nonprofit organizations about how to do that. So we know we have barriers to overcome. The role of the Forest Management Task Force is to give us the strategy to do that, but they need the resources to do their work, right? Which means we need to advocate. We need a statewide campaign to raise the level of funding coming out of the state of California to support this work to the level it really needs to be in order to put a dent in the problem, which is more like $5 billion a year for 20 years. And it's going to take time to get to that level. We know we can't go from $600 to $700 million a year to $3 to $5 billion a year overnight. It's probably going to take 5 years or 10 years to scale up to that, and that means we're going to need new funding sources. So we really need to be advocating for permanent funding at the state level that is non-bond funded so that it can be strategically deployed, and we need to create the coalitions to advocate for this at the local, state, and federal level. And that's going to mean things like local sales taxes or property taxes to support forest thinning and management so that there's a local match on the ground. I'm really proud of my home county, Nevada County, California, for a citizens group and others putting a measure on the ballot to actually increase taxes to address forest management. I don't think Sierra communities are going to get to fire safety unless we're willing to actually pay for a portion of it ourselves. And my hometown of Truckee recently voted 80% to increase taxes in order to work on forest management. It's going to mean looking at new sources of funding, like maybe tax increment financing to fund forest management, enhanced infrastructure financing districts. There's a new mechanism that was passed this year, the climate resilience districts, that has some promise, I think, that we should be looking at how we can apply those strategies to creating local funding. It might require things like taking another look at the, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm probably going to get things thrown at me. The state responsibility area fee that was so controversial a couple years ago. I'm sorry, everyone is shaking their head, but I know how controversial that was, but the reality is we need the funding sources to do this work, and what you're not paying in the state responsibility area fee, you're now paying an increased fire insurance. So, maybe we need to look at what the trade-offs are in these things. I can't believe that California never implemented an oil and gas extraction fee like many other Western states did. And if we had done that 20 years ago, it would have been a great source of revenue for this and would have fit right into our kind of desire to reduce the production and the use of fossil-based fuels. That opportunity is probably past us. It's almost unbelievable to me that Prop 30 is on the ballot this year and not a higher portion of that funding isn't focused at forest management and wildfire mitigation, but it's going to require us looking at maybe some statewide ballot measures and initiatives in order to create new funding sources. But we're not going to get there without the new funding sources. And that's really the message that everyone needs to hear. The process that Patrick and Angie and others are going through in order to create layered or aligned funding through block grant programs, that is absolutely strategically the right way to go. Like, I am so impressed with the work that the task force has been doing to put the public piece of this in place in order to communicate effectively about why this is working. We know what we need to do, and it's working, and we have examples of it on the ground. What they need now is for us, as the public, to actually work together, to band together, to create the funding sources that are necessary to implement the strategies that they've laid out today. And none of them can say that, so they're not going to get it. That's kind of, I think, why I'm here. So here's what my final message would be. I think over the next couple years, as the task force has developed all of these great tools, you're going to be called on to do more. You're going to be called on to support public policy that will increase investment across the board to overcome these barriers that we've identified. And we need you to step up to do that. And unless we do that, we are not going to get to the 1 million acres a year that we need to get to. We've been incredibly fortunate this year that it's only a 350,000 acre year. But that's not going to last forever. And we've only got about 20 years to do this. So if we don't do it now, if we don't step up now, we're not going to have a Sierra Nevada or statewide forests really to protect as we knew them. So the time is now to support the task force by joining coalitions that will advocate for more public funding in order to implement their work. And I'll end with that. Thank you.
Testing. Great. Thank you, panel, so very much for your comments. I'd love to open it up with a question to you all, and then we'll turn it over down on the floor for some additional questions. So there's a great deal of landscape work that's funded with budget surplus money or one-time funding. And we often hear that organizations, industries, communities need funding assurances over a longer term to make investments in people and equipment, or these themes we've just heard about, right, in order to implement these projects. So how can the task force's efforts support ideas suggested by the panel to overcome these barriers of long-term funding? Or to put it differently, as I think we heard in Angie's presentation, can we change the funding game? Just a small question. It's for anybody who.
It's almost a task force question.
It is kind of a task force question.
I would say we have to change the funding game. I mean, we have to take on the responsibility ourselves in government to reduce the complexity, right? Because we have an exceedingly complex funding landscape, and we can't expect communities or local leaders to navigate that complexity and get things done at the scale we need to. Period. And so I appreciate what Angie and Sierra Nevada Conservancy are trying to do to really take that on, to really try to figure out how to blend those colors of money in ways that can be really productive. And I appreciate what Steve is saying. I mean, we are on a journey to achieve the scale we need to at the pace we need to, but, I don't think any of us think that, what we're doing is ultimately all that needs to get done. But we have to go. I mean, I loved what Willie said, which is, we got a lot of data, we got a lot of metrics, but at the end of the day, we have to get in the forest and we have to make conditions safer, period. And the way I see it, we, can go back to Washington, D.C. and Sacramento leaders when we spend the money. So we have to spend the money as quick as possible and appropriate. So that's my take. Is it's like it's on us because we're not gonna get done what we need to with 27 different programs, where you need 20 years in government to figure it out.
Well, I totally agree, Wade. So well said. Certainly you saw, Sherry, thank you for trying to break down the Federal Forest Service funding system. You can see that that was the simplified version, so very much appreciate it. But Wade, you're right. We have so many opportunities right now, which is fantastic, but how do you streamline them? How do you cut through some of that and really be able to leverage the resources that we have, at least the state, federal, county, local levels? Absolutely. I think not only pooling our money, but timing of that too. There's things we miss out even on leveraging because we're coming in, we have a grant opportunity 2 weeks after something that ended that we could have leveraged together. So I think there's so many ways that we're able to break through some of that. And then Steve, I appreciate your messages too. One thing that we've really, in the Forest Service, been trying to lean into is conservation financing. Really working with nonprofits, private industries that are very interested in participating and being part of the solution for a whole variety of reasons. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that too. It's not necessarily the tax level of it, but actually really going to some of the people who have major concerns over water, major concerns about being able to express not only the water agencies, but sometimes our agriculture businesses as well. So any thoughts you have on that, Steve, would be great. Am I taking over here? Melinda, I didn't know if you want, okay.
I would love your question.
Thanks.
I think that private financing question is a really interesting question because, the real question is, what does it take for an investor to have enough confidence in the system that they're going to put private money on the table and wait 10 to 20 years to get their return on investment, right? And I think we have to recognize that many of the products and services that we're trying to develop in order to attract private investment are just not quite ready yet. And it's going to require public investment in priming the pump in order to get there. And we have an inherent natural bias for the market to solve the problem. Well, our market is not solving this problem. It's a market failure. Okay? We don't have a market for 50 million tons of biomass a year in California right now. So unless we recognize the point that the market alone is not going to create the private investment that's necessary, and we're willing to look at that diffusion of technology curve, invest in the beginning in order to get the return on investment at the end, as the public sector, we're not going to get there. Now, there are going to be a lot of things that we can try to do that will bite off little pieces of the problem, and we should be doing all of that. That's all important, right? But the big solutions are going to require public investment to get there, and we have to just bite the bullet and accept that. It's going to take massive investment in, for example, alternative fuels in order to get them to where they become cheaper than fossil fuels, right? Okay, let's make the investment. So.
I was just going to say, is this working? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, so, I think Steve's right? How do we draw in that private investment? We have to bring more coordinated, consolidated, aligned, to use the theme word of the day, public investment to support the work of the many collaboratives that are doing the amazing work that they're doing across just in our region alone, right? And once we do that and we understand that there's woody biomass and there's infrastructure and there's people and there's commitment and there's public funding, then maybe that helps drive some of the other things. I just wanted to sort of support what Steve is saying and say it's our hope that by sort of combining this public resources, we can drive interest and investment from private.
I just want to respond quickly to Angie's question before, can we change the funding game? And there's a couple of parts to that. One part is just the structure of the funding. and that is all the agencies coming together in theory or idealistically and committing, but then it is a totally different issue as they all run their independent grant programs. And then we're all in the trenches writing the grants and doing that sort of thing. Can we change that structure? And the answer is we have. Before, the Northwest Economic Adjustment, there's advantage to gray hair sometimes, and that is knowing about that program where the agencies would all come together and say, I can fund that part, I can fund that part, I can fund that part. And there are programs, I won't go into it, but Tillamook, Oregon, in terms of dealing with teen pregnancies, the agencies all came together and nonprofits and said, let's forget about what our own individual approaches are, let's focus on the problem. And they then started pooling funding and they jointly tried to work on that. Let me just mention one other thing. We're in a really challenging condition right now in that, thank you legislature for all the commitment of money, but it's surplus money. Are we going to continue to have surplus dollars? We aren't. We're going to continue to have catastrophic wildfire. We're going to continue to have all the challenges that we have, but we are not going to continue to have surplus funding. So back to the point that Steve raised and others, and that is we have to have dedicated funding. And we can't wait for beneficiaries to pay, which does not mean we should stop doing that either. We need to work on these different avenues to get there. We need to integrate structurally how we pull funding together so groups can get to the work of pace and scale.
Well, and not only do we have to have dedicated funding, we already know from so far this year the personal income tax receipts in California being down 10%, okay, that in essence, we're going to face a challenge next year to protect. I'm already hearing advocates say we have to protect what we got. Well, what we got wasn't enough, and we're struggling to protect like this little tiny sliver of the pie that isn't actually doing the job, right? So like what part of insanity do we not get that is not going to be an effective long-term strategy, right? So we have to come up with a new game, you know, and unless we come up with a new game, we're not going to get to 1 million acres a year. And block granting is a big part of that, you know.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up to executive committee if there's another question down here. Yes.
Okay, really, I have like 4 questions, but I'll start with first, yes to everything. From a county perspective, a shift in mindset that wildfire and forest resilience funding is an essential part of our state's safety net, just like health and human services at some point. I mean, from a county perspective, that's how I would see it. But question for the Forest Service, Jen, and Sherry too, I suppose. But how this incredible one-time investment through BIL and IRA, is there any way, okay, great, Congress likes competitive grants, but how can we work, how can we advocate to have this one-time investment really jumpstart what this panel is talking about? And then a question for Wade, how do we get departments and agencies outside your department to participate in this?
Well, thanks, Stacy, because it's just this kind of conversation right now that's actually jumpstarting a lot of conversation in DC around this. Being able to recognize that one agency, one government, one part of government can't do this. We're not going to be able to do it. So I certainly move forward in advocating everything I'm learning here, being a part of, talking, with my leadership, with the department leadership, and they're seeing that. Now, am I able to come in and say, yep, we have just changed everything and streamlined it all? No, not able to. But I think with things like what Angie is offering, how do you come together? How do you pool money and being able to show the power of how we leverage the funds? That's what's going to change. I believe that's what will change a lot of that. But I can't rewrite laws. I can't do some of that, but I can certainly advocate to the ones who can in terms of the internal government. I won't lobby, just letting everybody know. Not going to lobby, but I can advocate for the changes that would make our world easier to be able to bring resources together.
Yeah, I would say the glass half full is that, in the last few years, we've increased the budget like 20x. and we're driving the car faster than it's ever been driven, and we're trying to figure out how to drive it faster. And so part of this is demonstrating that we can spend the money that we have to be able to ask for more. I also agree that the scale of the challenge, if we're really going to get to sustainable regenerative forests, is immense, and it's going to require a lot more. I don't think there's a silver bullet out there. I don't think we're going to have a state budget that's going to be able to provide $5 billion every year in coming years. I do think, though, that there are a lot of entities that can contribute to expanding scale. Some of those are agencies in the state beyond the Natural Resources Agency. Caltrans, for example, is really big, and they're doing more and more every year. Yuba Water Agency in Placer County are the absolute leader among water agencies on investing in their watersheds. Why aren't we able to get more water agencies, frankly much bigger than those two water agencies, to make real investments in the green infrastructure that deliver their water? Utilities, obviously, for legal reasons and for their own responsibility, are scaling up investment. Local counties and cities are stepping up. The federal agencies are stepping up. So it's going to take essentially all of these entities providing more and more. But let's not get discouraged, because in California, I was back in DC a couple weeks ago. What they tell us is California is moving further and faster than anybody else. And that's not to rest on our laurels, but it is to encourage ourselves that we're driving really, really fast. And we need to show that we can spend this funding while we seek to diversify the sources we know we need.
And I want to follow up on Stacy's question. The good thing about both Bill and Ira, they sound like a lovely couple, and I hope they are, is they're longer term funds. So Bill funding is for 5 years. IRA is for 10 years, so we have until 2031.
And remind us what Bill and IRA, the Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those two sources of longer term funding. And what we keep hearing is that if we can get some quick wins out of the gate to show how valuable those programs are, they could lay the pathway for a longer term source of funding. So I would say if we can be smart about where we put these funds, especially in our first couple of years, to really show the success that you all are having, and we saw some examples of that today, those will be the places that will help us show how important this is, and will build a constituency to support it in the long term.
I hate to do this because we're having an incredible conversation, and the whole point is to get everybody talking together, but we are at time, and I want to thank our panelists for their insights today and everyone for the incredible conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists, and we have a 15-minute break. Looking?
Roughly 10.
Come back when? I'm looking at you, Patrick. When should we come back? 3:30. Come back at 3:30, everybody, and learn about recreation.
Those of you who have made it through a beautiful and most inspiring day, every task force meeting is like this. These are just fonts of inspiration for all of us. And we want to welcome you to this very special and important presentation. My name is John Wentworth. I will be your moderator, your host through this afternoon's presentation. And welcome to the Outdoor Recreation, Wildfire, and Economic Resilience, a Sustainable Outdoor Recreation Strategy for California. This is being presented by the Sustainable Recreation CalRec Vision Key Working Group of California's Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. We've heard so much discussion today about so many important things. I just want to kick this off in my typically restrained fashion. Recreation is a larger economic sector in the state of California than I believe many others, and Catherine Toy is going to fill us in on that. So this is going to be an all-hands-on-deck need to address these needs with forest resilience. The recreation sector is certainly here to play that role. So, a little bit of background. I'm going to start by allowing our esteemed panel to introduce themselves. I will add, this is the first time we have ever met each other in person. We have been working virtually for 12 months, so forgive us if we try to find our analog feet. So thank you. So I guess, Catherine, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Toy, California's Deputy Secretary for Access.
I think we need a little microphone over here, please. Thank you.
Hi there. Can you hear me? All right. I guess my best teacher voice doesn't quite carry it in this room. I'm Catherine Toy, and I'm California's Deputy Secretary for Access and the Natural Resources Agency. Happy to be here.
And good afternoon, everyone. I am Jim Bacon. I'm the Director of Public Services for the Pacific Southwest region of the Forest Service.
Hello? Is this thing working? My name is Greg Williams. I'm Executive Director of Sierra Beach Trail Stewardship.
And my name is John Wentworth, and my volume is way too loud. It's disproportionate to my importance on this panel. I am the CEO and the board president of the Mammoth Lakes Trails and Public Access Foundation. MLTPA is the convener for this key working group. CalRec Vision is a program of MLTPA whose goal is the advancement of sustainable outdoor recreation in California through cross-jurisdictional collaboration and alignment, which has been certainly today's theme. The California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan has 4 primary goals, and our primary focus has been on Goal 3. The focus of the key working group has been to manage forests' economic and environmental goals with the 2 key actions, which include the updating of the statewide Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, or SCORP, which is a critically important financing mechanism for recreation in the state, and the development of a joint strategy for the state of California and the U.S. Forest Service to improve access to sustainable outdoor recreation. The key working group was formed at the invitation of Patrick Wright. Thank you, Patrick. And the task force, and has been co-led by Jim Bacon of the U.S. Forest Service and Angela Avery, the Executive Officer of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We thank them very much for their leadership. Over the last 12 months, they've really done an outstanding job. The U.S. Forest Service and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy have both provided operational support to this key working group in partnership with MLTPA. This has really been a public-private NGO sector effort, and we really appreciate their assistance with all that. But the key working group itself, which is responsible for the goals and the key actions that Jim and Catherine will be sharing with you shortly, is made up of representatives of the 10 federal, state, county, and advocacy organizations that you see there on the screen, which includes the private sector. We heard a lot about the private sector just a little while ago, but sustainable outdoor recreation is a big part of the private sector in the state of California. This has been a true working group. They've been fully engaged, and the working together over the last 11 months. The 5 goals and 40 key actions of the joint strategy that we're sharing with you this afternoon represent their best efforts, and has really been the result of cross-jurisdictional collaboration and attempts at alignment really at its finest. So this is just a little bit of background on what the key working group has been doing over the last 11 months, over the last year. 11 facilitated meetings. We've reviewed hundreds of documents. to ensure that the policy elements of the goals and the key actions are well-researched, well vetted, met with over 25 representatives from communities, frontline forested and frontline nature-based communities that have been affected by wildfire. To get their input, also vetted this with 80 recreation stakeholders, a really good online survey with about 30 responses to that. All of this was vetted by the leadership team and the key working group itself to come up with these 5 goals and these 40 key actions. It's my great pleasure to introduce a friend of all of ours and all of ours, Greg Williams, to really emphasize the human component and the human element of these frontline forested communities, these frontline nature-based communities. Greg has a tale to tell. He's only going to tell 7 this afternoon, but we'll see how we go.
Hey, good people. Yatta hey. Hello. Howdy. Thanks for this opportunity. As I said, I'm Executive Director of Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship. Founded the organization, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit based out of Quincy, California, in the American Valley at the headwaters of the largest watershed in the Sierra Nevada, the Feather River. And I'm also descendant of the Deer Creek Band of Northern Sierra Miwok. My people have been here for 10,000 years, and miners massacred and displaced my tribe, and basically forced us out of our homelands, which is right here in Nevada City and Grass Valley. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Changed my family's life forever. My great-great-great-grandfather fled north and ended up in the North Yuba River Canyon, just downstream of Downeyville, and became very intimate with the plants and the animals, and gained a lot of knowledge about the river canyons and where the gold was. And by the time the miners arrived, instead of running, he actually led. And so he started taking the miners up into the remote mines of the Yuba and all the tributaries, and developed a lot of the routes that Downeyville is famous for today. This is a pictograph of Downeyville in 1854. This was given to me by the sheriff at the time, who thought I had the technology, gave me a shoebox of all these old pictures. This was one that really just amazed me, I guess, of how back in the day they fire-safed the community by basically clear-cutting everything. But they built the town out of that same lumber. They rerouted the rivers, and at this time there was 10,000 people living on the banks of the Yuba River, and right now Downeyville population is probably less than 200. So growing up in Nevada City, my parents had this 1942 Jeep, and we would take a month every summer, and we would drive from Nevada City, and we would hit all 3 forks of the Yuba River, and where my dad got the Jeep stuck was where we camped. And my mom has this story about this picture on the right was we were there for 10 days until somebody came and got us out. You know, there's no cell phones, no pay phones, so that's where we were. And my dad had these old maps of the mines, and so this was kind of like the adventure, was to go find these places. And one thing that my dad always instilled with me, we always had a garbage bag, and we always left it cleaner than we found it. And so that's just something that always stuck with me, but also these old maps. And as a teenager in Nevada City here, getting bored and getting in trouble. And so my parents bought me a mountain bike, and that changed my life forever. Being able to go and explore and find all these dirt roads, find all these incredible swimming holes on the Yuba. And then in 1991, I guided my first paid trip as a professional mountain bike guide. I got a permit with the Tahoe National Forest, and in 1995, working with the Tahoe Forest and the town of Downeyville in Sierra County, I started what's now called the Downeyville Classic, which we're bringing it back next year, 25th running. And in 2003, I took the profits that I made from my businesses, and I started a nonprofit called Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship. We're in the business of revitalizing mountain communities And we use trails as the tool to be able to do that. And we also want to showcase that we're at the headwaters of the Feather River, and 65% of California's drinking water comes out of our watershed, as well as gallons and gallons that help grow the food that gets shipped all around the world. We're also in the homeland of the Miwok, the Nisenan, the Maidu, the Paiute, the Washoe, and the Pit River tribes. So we want to celebrate that. We want to use these trails to really showcase the history, not just of the gold mining and the timber, but the indigenous people that were here. And we want to be able to have good times with good people. So, well, I jumped ahead. We'll get to that. So we call this region the La Sierra, and it's basically Plumas, Sierra, Lassen counties. We're surrounded by national forest. We're over 70% national forest, and the jobs have traditionally come from logging and mining. And so over the last couple of generations, we've been losing working families. We've been losing jobs. And so we really see recreation as our next avenue for sustaining our population and to create new jobs. So in 2003, we founded the stewardship, and since then we've built over 125 miles of trail on national forest. We've maintained over 1,600 miles of trail, and we've contributed over 120,000 hours of labor on the national forest. And we have a plan. Working with Sierra Nevada Conservancy, we have a plan to create a trails master plan called Connected Communities, where we're going to connect 15 mountain communities. 13 of those are severely disadvantaged economically, and a lot of that's because the jobs have left. So we want to bring back some jobs, bring back new opportunities for businesses, and it's going to be through this Connected Communities project. And we have the Pacific Crest Trail that runs through our region, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't bring people into the main street of the downtown. So this new trail, we're calling it the La Sierra route, and it's also going to be a trail for everyone. So there's going to be inclusion, diversity, equity, and access for all trail users, and we're going to get people right into the main streets of the town to patronize the motels, the gas stations, the grocery stores, the hardware stores, and then also allow those people that live in the towns to not get into a car, to get onto public lands, to have high quality recreation. And we know it'll work because this is the third largest economy in the world. And in California, I think it's like $92 billion a year. So we have unprecedented support for this. We have the support from Nevada, Sierra, Plumas, Lassen, Butte counties. We have the support from the Tahoe, Plumas, Lassen National Forest, Humboldt, Toyabe, the Pacific Southwest region. Every land trust within our region is all signed on to support this. And things were seemingly going pretty well until the Dixie Fire. And for those of you familiar, we were on fire for 118 days. 70% of our county burned, 2/3 of our national forests. And it really, we went from 72 employees down to 13 overnight. So the forest closed, we laid off all of our trail crews, we laid off all our guides and outfitters. And really, instead of just being sad, we put our noses to the grindstone and figured out how we were going to get people back into the woods. We also lost the town of Greenville and the community of Indian Valley and Crescent Mills. So this had quite an impact on us. So why are people going to stay? And it's through recreation, honestly, for a lot of us that have families that fear catching on fire, it's getting harder and harder to live in the woods. Whether it's insurance or just income or the chance of being on fire again. But we feel that trails are really the gateway of why we're going to stay, why people will still visit. And now how do we use trails for control lines and for fuels management projects, using trails, having the community maintain them. Those are some of the things that we want to figure out. And so I'll just close by saying we need your help. Like, we truly need investment. We're a small little nonprofit organization that doesn't give up. We've attracted a lot of talent. Our payroll is around $1 million annually, but we do need help. And so I would just ask this task force to invest in us, to invest in our region, and come recreate in our community. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Greg. Tales from the front lines, nature-based economies, forest-based communities. So thank you, Greg. Jim and Catherine are going to introduce the goals and the key actions. Before we get to that, I just want to make sure that we have acknowledged the role that this goal and this strategy plays in the larger effort of the task force. So we're going to go back to the shared stewardship agreement, the overriding authority that has made all this possible. And to quote from that shared stewardship agreement, which empowered the task force, item number 7, improve access to sustainable recreation by fostering a range of forest and wildland opportunities that reflect the needs of and better serve California's diverse population. The parties will pursue mission-appropriate and sustainable recreation opportunities in ways that leverage resources and extend capacity through partnerships and alignment around a shared vision of access and diversity. That's right in there in the founding document for the effort of the task force. So, Jim and Catherine, how would you like to do this? Jim, do you want to go first? Or?
I can do that.
Okay.
So it's my privilege. I'm going to present the first goal and some of our key strategies associated with that goal, and then I'll turn it to Catherine, and we'll kind of go back and forth for the next little bit here. So the first goal that we developed is really related to forest health and its condition in relation to recreation, as you kind of heard from Greg a bit. So it reads as this: California and its federal partners will promote wildfire resilience and healthy ecosystems by developing and maintaining a sustainable outdoor recreation system that connects all people to the benefits and wonders of the natural world. So it's really the recognition that a healthy forest is also a forest that provides high-quality outdoor recreation opportunities for our broad and diverse public, right? So that's why this one's important. Some of the key strategies that we've identified thus far and to kind of promote this goal is to create, I think you referenced it, Greg, to have some fuel breaks, fuel shades, and think about forest health and projects within recreation areas and destinations, to develop and identify, and we saw some tools earlier today that might help with this one, identify those high and at-risk recreation destinations from wildfire and where we might develop evacuation plans to keep people safe in those areas. And then develop some targeted and improve and modernize our education materials around human ignition and causes of wildfire and try to prevent that further. So that's our first goal and some of the strategies associated with it. Catherine, you want to take the next one?
Sure, thanks, Jim. So goal number 2 of this strategy is around access and inclusion. So it reads that California and its partners will protect and enhance recreation opportunities to achieve inclusive and equitable access for all Californians. So you might wonder, is that the right thing to be included in something about recreation strategy? And I think we would all say wholeheartedly yes. As California's Deputy Secretary for Access, this is something that is near and dear to my heart, and to put a little more emphasis on this, you know, we at the Natural Resources Agency, we've embedded the California Outdoors for All initiative, and as the Deputy Secretary for Access, I'll be designing and delivering a strategy as how we embed equitable access to the outdoors in California through the Natural Resources Agency's 27 departments, entities, commissions, boards, etc. So, you know, we might ask ourselves, why equitable access? We live in a state with this incredible natural beauty and natural resources, but unfortunately it is not equitably enjoyed. So 1 out of 4 Californians, that's almost 10 million of us, live more than an easy walk to a park or open space. And 6 out of 10 Californians lives in what we call a park-poor neighborhood with fewer than 3 acres per 1,000 residents. And in a state with as much natural beauty and bounty as ours, that is simply, those numbers and percentages are too high. So what can we do here in this task force to develop sustainable recreation opportunities that really strive to include all Californians? So I'll name just a couple of key actions that we are recommending. So one is certainly to partner with California Native American tribes to protect ecological and cultural assets and to maintain that access and to recreation land and waters for California Native American tribes. And this really calls for advanced partnership early, not afterward and not perfunctorily, but early to understand before an event what resources need special protection and so forth. Another key action is really to engage and coordinate with local communities on restoration of outdoor recreation assets after wildfire, during fire recovery. So how do we leverage the strengths of local communities, as shown by Greg, and where appropriate, utilize local workers, volunteers, local and state and tribal conservation corps, et cetera, where that's possible? And how do we also recognize that environmental and community restoration can require commitments that last for years? And so we are investing in these communities as their economies and livelihoods come back to life. And a third action really is around education, and that is how can we expand educational assets and information to school children across California. Interestingly, this is something that I'm also hearing in my strategies and talking to communities throughout the state as part of the development of the Outdoors for All strategy. And in wildfire communities, how can we, and beyond, how can we expand knowledge to children around the importance of natural lands and wildfire education, as well as the importance of outdoor recreation. Jim, I'll give it back to you for number 3.
Thank you. So goal number 3 is around recreation planning and envisioning a new future and reinvesting in that. And it reads as this: California and its partners will provide a diversity of outdoor recreation experiences, reimagine our existing infrastructure, and provide for an outdoor recreation opportunities that match the desires of the communities in balance with our natural resource management and disaster resilience. So again, this is the recognition that, and we've seen, as Greg's example, right, and others around the state, when fire goes through and burns and damages our recreation assets, perhaps we have an opportunity thereafter to build it back different and better to meet the needs of the next generation and those that we are currently underserving in our recreation delivery, right? So that's what this one's about. And some of the key strategies are to engage communities purposefully and early in recreation planning in relation to our wildfire related and forest management activities, to create some education around forest health projects in the communities and in relation to recreation, and explore. And one of the things we've identified is that there's multiple avenues to get information, and oftentimes it's hard for people to understand, where can I go, especially during and after an incident. Areas are closed. People don't understand where they can go to get outside because they need it, they want it, and they deserve to be able to get out and recreate. It's just hard for them to find the information. So one of our tasks is to try to bring that all together in a clearinghouse so you can go to one place and plan your trip and get outside during, again, and after an incident. And next.
So goal 4 is really tying in public health, and it states that California and its partners will seek to provide recreational opportunities that promote the health and well-being of all peoples, especially during wildfire and other disasters. So harkening back to what I talked about earlier, access to the outdoors is frankly a public health imperative. Studies after studies show that people who have regular access to the outdoors, and actually the bar is low, 30 minutes per week, and that is shown to actually lower people's rates of diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. And that's only 30 minutes a week, but we can do better than that. But what can we do then as part of this strategy to tie into public health? So one of the key actions that we're recommending is about developing smoke advisory communications. We know that the smoke affects health, not just in the communities right where the fire is burning, but far, far beyond that. So how are we going to create work together with local health agencies and also communications agencies to develop multi-language smoke advisory notices and education for residents and visitors using existing tools like Smoke Spotter or Air Now? And how do we launch community campaigns to improve awareness? And that includes working with Cal OSHA to review and update guidelines and regulations for employees and employers in the outdoor recreation space who often are on the front lines of experiencing that smoke right away. So that is really key. In addition, we want to look at increasing opportunities for indoor recreation. Now, I know I just spoke a lot about the benefits of outdoor recreation, but in fact, in areas where we're seeing exceedingly high, smoke, where the air quality is so unhealthy and people can't recreate, we need to start looking at opportunities for indoor recreation. And we believe that there are opportunities to develop indoor recreation opportunities that play to multi-benefits, and that includes the opportunity not only to be inside and get out of bad air quality, but they may also be used perhaps for cooling centers or shelters or staging areas if necessary in wildfire events.
Okay. And our fifth goal relates to the economics of all this, right? And so as a large, I think John mentioned it, one of the largest economies in the world, recreation factors very prominently. It's a multi-billion-dollar sector in the state of California. National forest recreation, I think, constitutes over $2.5 billion worth of economic incentive into recreation in the state. And so it's extremely important to us all, to our communities, small businesses, and large businesses alike. And so this goal is this: support robust and diversified economies that enhance sustainable outdoor recreation while investing in the resilience necessary to withstand the impact of climate change, wildfires, and other disasters. And so how do we make our local economies and communities resilient to the effects of wildfire, right? And so what do we do to not have to lay off employees and have businesses shutter permanently based on the impacts of wildfire? So some of the things we identified as key actions in this one are to create post-fire marketing plans and opportunities to provide technical assistance to small businesses in these affected communities. And we also talked about doing economic studies so we understand where to put those investment dollars before and after incidents and those effects of wildfire. So that's, I think, the end of our 5 strategies and some of the key actions we've identified. There's many more, as John pointed out. So I think back to you, John.
Yeah. Thank you all very much. Thank you for that very eloquent elucidation of the goals and some of the strategies from this task force. To end on the point about economics, I think it's really prescient. It goes back to the Forest Resilience Action Plan, where in the action plan itself, this is just quoting from this in the beginning, it is a $92 billion economic benefits, 700,000 jobs. This is not the outdoor recreation industry speaking today. These are public agencies, these are communities, these are the folks where this really matters. But we cannot ignore the fact of how large and important and significant an economic driver this is in the state of California. This is a report out from a key working group. We've done work, we have goals, we have key actions. How do we bring this forward? How is the executive committee, the task force, our partners going to make this real in the landscape of California? And again, today, 3 or so very fascinating sessions before we even got here today. So things pop up with recreation immediately. It transcends all sectors, just like wildfire. Recreationists, they don't know any jurisdictions, they don't know any boundaries. So we heard this morning on the integration of human activity, recreation activity into the regional recreation resource kits. We heard a lot about data. The recreation community is consuming data all the time. It could be an enormously powerful and important resource to help flesh out the data gaps, what we hear from the Google folks and all the rest of them, but also getting to the economics, the economic value of these frontline forested communities. At some point, we're all going to be talking about climate change, nature-based solutions. These are all the communities that are in the nature-based solutions business. Huge opportunity there. We can talk about integrating human recreation activity and recreation infrastructure into the GIS and data development work that we talked about this morning as well. This key working group has developed a California Resource Opportunities GIS tool. We worked closely with SIG, thanks to Patrick's invitation. There's a whole data set that's ready to go to be integrated in all this stuff that we could start working on tomorrow. And I think, and finally, with the final, some of the final panels discussion around economics. The recreation sector is a very large and significant one in the state. And the key working group is going to be recommending as part of our final steps with this strategy are the assignments. Where are these various key goals, tasks, and key actions going to live? Patrick has very generously offered to help us make those assignments. These are not, commitments from agencies that are very constrained budget frameworks have to work in, but who is going to be the best party to move and advance and bring these things forward? And once that work is done, we hope to deliver the final draft of this strategy by October 31st. That will be our 8th version of this joint strategy. So V8, Halloween, lines up nicely. And you look very much to delivering that to all of you. So to the executive committee at this point, we are open to any questions you may have for us, for these esteemed experts in this space. And we've got some questions here for our panel if you'd like to go that way as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Well, John, thanks for all the work and for spearheading this and for really catalyzing efforts to make sure that recreation is part of this, of the action plan. I mean, at the end of the day, if we're talking about managing forests and managing landscapes, recreation has to be part of this. And really appreciate both Jim and Catherine for all the work they did putting together the plan. At the end of the day, for me, it's about projects, and it's about showing that this strategy, made change. So it's about maintaining and improving the recreation assets that we have, whether that's Forest Service bathrooms in Mono County or recreational opportunities, across the National Forest. But it's also about supporting local ideas. And I gotta say, Greg, this Connected Communities is like the single most inspirational project, I've come across in my time in this job. And we have to figure out collectively a way to help you realize this vision because it's incredible. It truly is. And it comes from the community. Quick anecdote. I was hanging out with a friend in Downeyville earlier this year. I don't think I even told you this story. And I was in the local watering hole. And I think there's only one local watering hole, right, in Downeyville, the St. Charles or something? Yeah. Yep. And I got talking to a manager of one of the local motels. And they were and they didn't know what I did. That was some guy who was visiting there. What they chose to talk to me about was this project. And their motel had just chipped in $1,000, which was a big deal for that motel to your organization because you guys were doing a funding drive for this project. And so to me, that was pretty inspirational. The fact of how bootstrapped you are, how bought in community members are, that they're putting out their hard-earned money into this project, and how optimistic it is and the vision it really sets for the region. So to me, this strategy is successful if it breathes life and gets projects done like the Connected Communities. And there are different projects in different parts of the state, but at the end of the day, let's make sure that our efforts to build a sustainable future for these landscapes has at the heart of these really expanding recreational opportunities, particularly for those communities that don't have enough. So I'm, consider our agency all in. I think we just have to figure out how to breathe life into the strategy and really make sure that we leverage this funding, leverage the political will to actually get more of these projects done.
Thank you. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Crowfoot, for your commitment. We'll be following up at the bar a little bit later. Thank you.
I was going to say, it's even been taped. So, again, okay. I get excited on this. So, you guys, integrating recreation, just like we have said, is critically important. And we all saw, you witnessed, literally, if we don't do that, not only the pre-work, the fuels work, the risk reduction, but the post-fire recovery is incredibly important. So I appreciate you guys paying attention to that in the strategy. So you have about 400 people that are listening in, if not more, either here or online. I know, John, you went through, here's some recommendations for data that you came through on all of that. What would you recommend to people right now? If they're out there in the audience as well as online, what do I do? What's the next step in order to bring forward recreation opportunities, recovery? I'm just starting a collaborative. I'm thinking of project planning. What would you recommend to them?
Well, I could say for one thing that I would start right off with, and this comes in part, Secretary Crowfoot, from what you just said around why Greg's project is so compelling, is that it came from the community, right? It was driven by the community, designed by the community. really passionately empowered the community. And so what I would say is right now is get out there and be building those authentic relationships now. Don't wait for actions to happen, because that kind of partnership we're going to need to see, not because this was coming out in both the recreation affiliate meetings we did as the task force, and it's also coming out in my work talking to communities across the state about equitable access. And that is true partnership means not the state or other entities coming from the top down to say what's best for communities, but giving communities a voice to say what they need and trusting them to know what they need in their communities. But that does take trust and relationship buildings, which all of us can do better at, and we start, not when we need to, we start before then. And if we haven't been doing that already, it means we do it now.
And Jen, I like that question, and I would challenge people to continue to celebrate what they love about the outdoors. You continue to live it and celebrate it with people, not just the people you continue to always interact with, but someone new, right? A different audience, because that's what's, I think, important about this task force and this working group. It's asking us all as a recreating community to kind of reach across and touch people that we haven't normally touched, talk to folks in the timber industry and so on, and celebrate recreation with them so that it is part of their life and integrated into all the work we do, right? Because it's true, I mean, you're a legend in Downeyville, and that, I think, we just need to amplify that awesome more across the state. So.
Yeah, I think on our behalf is, we got funded through Sierra Nevada Conservancy to create this Trails Master Plan, and it's completely different than when we first started. It was before the pandemic. We thought, we're going to have 16 town hall meetings in the region, and the pandemic hit, and I'm on like my 100th meeting, like first virtual meetings. But it really came down to just like engaging the communities, making sure this was the people's plan. We had basically like butcher block paper and crayons where people were drawing on maps and really showing what they wanted, where they wanted to go, where they didn't want people to go. And at the end of the day, this Trails Master Plan is going to be something that we share, whether people visit the Lost Sierra or not. This will be kind of a guidebook, a recipe book for communities all across the nation on how they can, as a community, bring projects forward to land managers, how they get them funded, how they collaborate, how they partner with folks. So we're hoping to get it done by the end of the year, so stay tuned on that. And then if you're holding, don't hold out. We need we need money. So.
And I would add just one other thing. I think the term that was mentioned here several times is love. People love what recreation is, and when they're doing it, it's an activity they love to do. There's an enormous amount of passion in that audience. And frankly, in California, there's been a little bit of a void. Where do I express that love? Where do I take that love? Do I take it to the Forest Service? Do I take it to a state agency? Do I go beat up a local town council person? I'm running for re-election, by the way. I'll be in the back with Greg. We'll be taking donations. But there's an opportunity now to channel and focus that energy and that passion and that investment in sustainable outdoor recreation in this joint strategy and in the work that the state and the Forest Service is doing together. And I would encourage people to come get in touch with any one of us or this key working group that is working in this effort. This is hopefully just the beginning of the foundation of the state and the federal partners working together to really invest and build in the outdoor recreation promise in California, in the individual communities, one at a time, that need this kind of investment. Resilience, nature-based communities. Think about nature-based solutions, what's coming out of the climate sector, what's going to be coming out of 30 by 30. We're going to need all these frontline folks to make that stuff possible. So we've got a way forward now, and I would encourage everybody to start paying attention to the effort and the work of this task force. I am a small-town politician. Please forgive me. I have a couple questions for the panel. We've got a couple minutes left. So if that's okay, we'll finish off the exercise with this. Greg, first question is to you. As a community member and important outdoor recreation partner organization, how do you feel this joint strategy and the work of the task force helping you to rebuild your recreation economy? And what do your communities need to recover from the devastation of the recent wildfire? What are the specific things that you need?
Yeah, I think it's just great to have like the collaboration, like recreation being included in fuels management. Some of the things we're looking at is when NEPA and CEQA was being done, how do we partner on those projects. So we're not doing it separately. Everything's looked at together. We're not spending extra time and extra money. I think that's probably like one of the better things that have come from being on fire, is just like a level of collaboration and more people communicating and talking and trying to help each other from different projects.
Excellent, thank you. For Catherine, how do you see this joint strategy assisting the state and its partners in their efforts to expand access to sustainable outdoor recreation opportunities?
Well, I think luckily these two, meaning our sustainable recreation strategy and the Outdoors for All strategy that I will be releasing early next year, are mutually supportive of one another and really braid nicely together. You know, with Outdoors for All, one of the things that I've really been hearing from communities across the state is that knowledge is power, right? And that information about, you know, people want to get outdoors, but they maybe don't even know what's around them, where to find it, what to do there, and so forth. And that bringing communities along to have knowledge is power, not only about what they can do to find health and joy and economic vitality in the outdoors, but to be able to also have a seat at the table in designing the futures of the communities and the recreation opportunities in front of them. So I think these things work really nicely together. And the other thing we've really heard in Outdoors for All is that communities across the state really want to be a part of a good green economy. And they want good green jobs for their kids. When we go into communities and ask them, that's one of the things that comes up repeatedly. And I think, you know, when we look at the outdoor recreation economy and the number of jobs, I think I saw in the Outdoor Industries report that you know, the two industries California is very famous for, of course, the wine industry and television and film, those two industries together have fewer jobs than the outdoor recreation industry put together. So there are lots of opportunities for us to provide for the next generation, who in turn provides for us in the health of our forests and planet. So I think all these things work really nicely together.
Excellent, that's great. And Jim, finally for you, it's written down because I can't remember it. National forests factor prominently in outdoor recreation in the state. How will this joint strategy help the agency create alignment with cross-jurisdictional goals and strategies as it pursues its mission and goals in the future?
Yes, the Forest Service, I think, just today actually, is holding its first of a series of internal meetings to create and recreate a national sustainable outdoor recreation strategy. And in our region, our regional forester has identified recreation as one of our 3 main priorities. And so we are all in, sorry for getting feedback, we're all in on reimagining recreation with you all, and we can't do it alone. And we've known that for a long time, right? A significant portion of our work and how we deliver recreation to the Forest Service depends on partners like Greg here. And you heard about how much he and his organization provide for us, and so many of you out there, right? And so this strategy, I think, gives us the opportunity to now, I think, engage in new and meaningful ways with people we never did before, different sectors of the industry and other parts of the state. And so I think this is an opportunity, John, for us to really re-engage and reimagine the future in recreation. And really, I think I like what Patrick said, align resources this morning. It was a big word you used a lot, because it is now putting everybody's resources together in specific and targeted ways to make a collective impact to improve not only recreation, but as well as forest health and resilience at the same time. It's all an integrated situation. So I see this strategy really helping us in that regard.
Thank you.
Just one more question. I know the strategy includes, or calls out the need to work with tribal entities in California in planning, but this is a question, Don, I'd love to hear from you on this too, that locally in Mono County in the Eastern Sierra, this is something we tried to do, and we heard from one of our local tribes that they would like traditional ecological knowledge integrated into sustainable recreation planning. And I think it's the same thing for wildfire and forest resilience. How can we do that? And how can we, if we're doing it, how can we do it better?
Well, I'll speak to that briefly. Sustainable outdoor recreation transcends the entire landscape of the state. It's very important to be sensitive to how tribes are engaged with this process. When you're dealing with federal lands, that's one set of formal consultations, formal things like that. On the local and the regional level, there's the opportunity to communicate and work as neighbors, as friends, and to build, as Catherine mentioned, this ground-up approach to tribal engagement with recreation. And this really goes to start to empower on a regional, county, however the landscape breaks down basis, to start doing that from the ground up. I think we've been very careful not to cross our lines in terms of consultations and getting formalized with this kinds of things. We reached out to the state as part of our outreach efforts for this effort. I think the Forest Service sent a letter out through their networks. We as a nonprofit, that's not appropriate probably for us to be doing that. I know the state, we had conversations with the S&C about that. It's a delicate space, and we want to be very sensitive about that. I think the way to do it is, again, ground up, community by community, jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and then bring in the federal consultation as needed and necessary, bringing in the state as needed and necessary at the appropriate time, but certainly not to overwhelm tribes. They're getting it from all sides at this point. Hey, go call up your tribes and get them involved in all this stuff. Be sensitive, be smart, and work together as colleagues and partners to bring this forward. I hope that's helpful. That's kind of how we dealt with it.
Yeah, thanks, Stacy, for asking the question too. I guess when I personally, from a tribal perspective, as a gatherer or somebody who goes out and collects plants for weaving and things like that, one of the challenges that comes forward with recreation a lot of times is people coming into the place where you're gathering, and then you get asked 20 questions like, oh, what are you doing here? Do you have a permit to do this? Do you have these different things? Which makes it challenging. But in listening to the conversation today, one thing that was going through my mind is that, well, one, those trails have always been used to access places, to do stewardship. And so where and how do you start to build the conduit for recreation to be the conduit for people to do stewardship? Not only on the tribal side, but actually to provide the opportunities for people, the 6 out of 10 that you were referring to, Catherine, who have no access to a park, to get them outdoors. We have a lot of people obviously in this state, but if we can get them to engage in stewardship, that helps us with our process. But being sensitive to the cultural access issues is really important too. It's a hard line to balance. I mean, we recognize that people need to be out in space, but on the cultural side, if we know where people are going to collect certain things, to hunt, to fish, to gather food, fiber, etc., we need to find a way to do that in a sensitive way. So thanks for asking the question, though. I appreciate that.
I really appreciate that question. This is where I think also the benefits of this strategy really knitting together with the Outdoors for All strategy that I will have out at the beginning of next year, because right now I am engaged in government-to-government consultation, early consultation right now, and held 2 tribal roundtables. We've had really great information coming in from California Native American tribes about the issue of access and when is it, we'd like to have more folks, especially from underserved communities, be able to access our natural and cultural resources, but also in terms of tribal resources. In some cases, it may be more appropriate to pull back access in certain areas. So we are definitely having those conversations. So I think, with the Outdoors for All strategy, that will lift and help and intertwine with this one, and will really work hand in hand.
Thank you. Jennifer, Wade, any additional questions or thoughts? Good. Okay, so we're done. This is the end of the beginning. There's one last item, which is a really inspiring, wonderful film coming out of Greg's world that I think after your closing comments, I think the IT folks can share that with everybody. But thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your opportunity to bring sustainable outdoor recreation in these frontline communities into this very important effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So folks, we just have a few closing comments between us and the reception on the lawn. First of all, thanks for everyone who has stuck around today. I mean, it was a really impressive gathering in terms of the number of people and the broad diversity of people that we had from across the state. I do want to recognize again Circle, which you all know as the South Yuba River Citizens League, for organizing this. Let's give them another big hand. And there were almost 2 dozen entities that chipped in funding to actually enable all the food and drink and the bottomless coffee. I saw somebody filling up still. Coffee still there this afternoon. I won't take the time to list all of them, but huge thanks. I have some thoughts, Jen, but I'll turn it to you first.
Sure, thanks. Again, what an incredible day. I look at the agenda and building this out, we really hit the 3 big buckets. Data, planning, which recreation is definitely part of this and showing how we need to integrate, and funding. So I am really pleased with everything we're covering today. When I came here, Forest Service employees, other partners says, Jen, should we just slow down or stop what we're doing till this whole task force thing gets figured out? I'm like, no, keep moving, keep going. I think you heard that from many of our panelists. Yes, we need to round up the best ideas. We need to, get that landscape scale, but we need to keep moving and be able to show and demonstrate what we're doing out in that land. So I'm going to quote also Greg. You started out, here's what I'm taking away as well: good times with good people. So that's what this day has been. I know the evening will be on that too. Yes, thanks, Ellie, as he's guiding me back there. Yeah. As well as this evening. So very much appreciate everybody's participation in this and really look forward to our next meeting as well as our next in-person one in January. So over to you. I kind of feel we should do a duet.
Yeah, I know. Karaoke. Listen, I think, to me, one story of today is that we're collectively making progress. Chief Tyler started the day providing several examples of where community-based wildfire resilience projects are making a difference this summer, which is a big deal and really meaningful. And then we heard an update on the North Yuba partnership, the Cyril project, and the Tahoe Central Sierra initiative, all very large projects, the biggest in the state, actually working at scale, which is great. We also started to unpack a set of tools, voluntary tools, not a new regulatory framework, but that tools that help others actually plan projects at scale. And that's really encouraging. I think we had a bit of a reality check on the funding discussion in that we have scaled up funding, but we know there's more work to be done if we're gonna actually achieve the sustainable, healthy forests and landscapes that we need. And then we ended on recreation and recognizing that, look, people love these lands. You all love your lands. We love the public lands. We love California, and so this is about keeping our places and our landscapes healthy, not only for the benefit of our communities and our nature, but of course to be able to love these places. And so I'm really encouraged. Huge thanks, Patrick, Kristen, the team, for the discussion here today. Reminder, not only reception after this, 8 p.m., Circle's holding a film festival, short movies you won't want to miss at I want to say Delaware Theater, downtown Grass Valley, and then upwards of 10 or 11 tours tomorrow to see this work in progress. So big thanks to everyone for coming. Thanks to our executive committee. Let me give Patrick the last word.
No, just logistical. For right now, as we said, if you haven't seen the film of the Connected Communities, we're going to have a showing of that. It's only about 10 minutes. Go get your drink, come back, we'll show it, in 15 minutes or so. There's also going to be a signing ceremony. There's a new collaborative that got inspired in part because of this meeting. They're going to be out there on the lawn around the Truckee area that wants to have a signing ceremony. The rest of you, enjoy, network, get to know each other, and we'll see you in November. Thanks.
All right, everyone. Have a great evening.